Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. This is the 6th episode of the story, where Naruto is raised by Jiraya and Tsunade. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel after watching the video. So, let us begin. It was just 2 days before the beginning of the Chunin exams, and most of the Konoha genin that wanted to participate had increased their training regime during these past 2 weeks in order to be in top form for the exams. While far from the norm, people sometimes died in these kind of exams. None of the genin who participated took missions anymore, so they could spend their time preparing the exams. And given that what most genin teams did were D-rank missions, it was something pretty much everybody, included their Jonin sensei, were grateful for getting rid of, at least temporarily. After an intense training session that morning, Team Kurenai was at Ikaraku's, having lunch. And after lunch, they'll go back to training once again. While they waited for their orders, Naruto spoke up. "So, Kurenai-sensei, be honest. Do you think we're ready for the exam?" the blonde Jinchuriki asked. "Like I said before, if I didn't think you are, I wouldn't have recommended you for the exams. You three seem to progress at a very good pace. What's with the sudden self-doubt, Naruto? Are you having second thoughts?" Kurenai teased, knowing full well the answer. Naruto took immediate offense. "Of course not. It's that, well, I'm a bit nervous. Mom and Dad explained the exams to me and it's kind of a big deal. Speaking of which, how was your Chunin exams in your day, Kurenai-sensei?" Haku asked. "Did you pass on your first try?" "Second," Kurenai answered. "And I don't mean to sound defeatist or anything, but don't be disheartened if you don't become Chunin the first time you take the exams. Very few people do." "How old were you?" Hinata asked. "When I participated the first time, or when I got promoted?" Kurenai asked back, before deciding to answer those two questions at once. 12 and 13, respectively. "So, our age more or less," Naruto said, a bit more encouraged now. "And what about Jonin? Is there a Jonin exam?" "You're going too fast, aren't you, Naruto?" Kurenai asked. "First get promoted to Chunin, and then we'll talk about becoming a Jonin." "Ah, come on, why don't you tell us?" After pondering it for a few seconds, Kurenai decided that there was no harm in letting them know. Usually, Jonin are required to master at least 2 kind of elemental ninjutsu, have above-average taijutsu, and some skill in genjutsu. But like I told you, there are exceptions to that, Kurenai explained. Hinata knew that most Hyuga Jonin fell under those exceptions, since she never saw her mother nor her late father using elemental ninjutsu. But then again, their taijutsu and overall power was simply spectacular. "That seems like a lot of things," Hinata observed. "Well, of course. It's not a matter of just being strong. Jonin are the best a village can offer, so the standards are pretty high," Kurenai said. "There's also the special Jonin rank, which is given to Chunin who excel at 1 or 2 fields, but they haven't mastered enough skills to be considered a full Jonin. More than likely, you will have to go through that rank before becoming a Jonin, just like I had to. And your specialty was genjutsu, am I right?" Haku ventured to guess. Kurenai smiled at him. "It wasn't very hard to guess, right? Your orders are ready." "I am," Tuchi's daughter announced, as she placed all the bowls in front of her customers, much to the delight of a certain blonde. After eating, and having some more small talk, Kurenai decided that it was about time to continue training. She was planning to give them the next day off so they could relax and rest, so they had to make the best of the hours of light left. However, when Naruto exited Ikaraku, he accidentally bumped into somebody. "Oops, sorry," the blonde said. "Watch where you're going, you moron. Hey, wait a minute." "Naruto?" the person Naruto bumped into asked. Naruto eyed the stranger, a boy maybe a year or 2 older than him, wearing a black, baggy, full-body suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood which covered his head completely, and had cat-like ears and his Tsunade forehead protector on his forehead. He was also wearing purple face paint. "Excuse me?" Naruto asked, as he scratched the back of his head. "Have we met before?" "Oh, come on. I know that it has been a few years, but I didn't expect you to forget about me so soon," the stranger insisted. "Of course he doesn't remember you with the sinister hood and all that makeup," a female voice said behind him, a voice that Naruto vaguely recognized. A girl appeared behind the cloaked boy. Said girl was tall, with spiky blonde hair styled in 4 pigtails. She was wearing a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her black Tsunade forehead protector around her neck. "Temari?" Naruto asked. Right on the spot, the Tsunade Kunoichi replied with a tender smile. "Whoa! Look at you! You're so tall!" Naruto said in amazement. Temari just shrugged. I just eat my greens." "Wait a minute, if you're here," Naruto then turned towards the hooded stranger. "And you definitely are not Gareth and you're Kankuro?" Kankuro groaned and rolled his eyes. "I can't believe that you only recognized me by process of elimination. What did you expect with all that makeup?" The puppeteer looked even more annoyed. "This isn't makeup, it's war paint. Makeup is what girls use to look prettier, war paint is used by men to strike fear in the heart of their enemies." "Well, you don't look that fearsome to me," an unimpressed Naruto replied. "Because you know that what it is needed to make your enemies afraid of you is not face paint, but strength and skill," a third, monotonous voice said, as a red-headed kid with blue eyes appeared in Naruto's field vision. Naruto's beamed upon seeing his fellow Jinchuriki. "Gaara." Naruto pulled the redhead into a bone-crushing bear hug. "Of course, if your siblings are here, you would be here too." By the way, Naruto was interrupted by somebody clearing her throat behind him. He turned around to see Hinata, Haku and Kurenai, awkwardly standing behind him. "Naruto, aren't you going to introduce us to your friends?" Kurenai asked as polite as possible. She had guessed that those Tsunade kids were old acquaintances of Naruto and decided to give him some time to talk, but now it appeared as if Naruto forgot about his team. "Oh, right. Sorry, my bad," the blonde sheepishly said. "These are my teammates Haku and Hinata, and Kurenai-sensei, our instructor. Guys, these are Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. I befriended them on a trip to Tsunade with my dad a few years ago." They all exchanged greetings. "So let me guess, you three are here for the Chunin exams, right?" Kurenai asked. "That's correct, miss," Temari replied. "So that means that we may fight each other," Naruto said in realization. "They won't be the only ones. Remember that all our former classmates participate in the exams as well," Haku reminded the blonde. "Yes, the world of the ninja is cruel and full of lies and deception. Sometimes, you might end up fighting somebody you considered a friend because he or she is at the wrong side of a conflict," Kurenai added. "But then again, there are lots of genin from many villages participating. The odds of fighting somebody you know are pretty low. While I bear no ill towards any of you, I actually seek to fight you in the exams," Gaara spoke up. "Thanks to your father, I learned to control my powers better, and I became much stronger as a result. I'm sure that you got stronger too, Naruto. And I want to measure which one of us is the strongest." Naruto merely smiled. "Sure. Though if we don't end up fighting in the exams, we can always spar before you leave. Either case, I'll be looking forward it. It was nice to meet you again, Naruto, as well as your teammates and sensei, but we need to go to the hotel and unpack our stuff," Temari mentioned. "Alright, we have to go back to our training too. I hope you like Konoha," Naruto said as he waved the Sand siblings goodbye. Once they were out of sight, Kurenai walked towards Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, do you have any idea who those kids are? Naruto looked at her and smiled. Yeah, the Kazekage's kids. I never met them, but I knew who they were by their names. To think that you were talking to them like they were old friends, but then again, Kurenai guessed that Naruto did befriend them to some degree. Not every genin has such friends in high places, Naruto. Now it goes both ways, since my dad is the Hokage, the blonde pointed out. True. Konoha's North Gate 4 ninja wearing Kumo forehead protectors approached the entrance to the village. The group was composed by an adult man with dark skin and blonde hair, who wore shades and a white scarf. He was leading 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, none of them older than 13. One of the girls had dark skin, red hair and golden eyes, while the other had light skin and long, blonde hair, styled in 2 long braids. The male kid also had dark skin, blonde hair, and dark eyes, and he was chewing on a lollipop. The white female glanced at her red-headed teammate. Karui? You look a bit tense. Anything wrong? What's not wrong would be a better question, the redhead, Karui, answered. We're Kumo ninja going to Konoha. I'm sure that you remember what happened between our villages 9 years ago. Yeah, what if we're apprehended and sent to jail when we set foot there, and we need to dig a tunnel to escape, but since we don't have any tools we need to use our hands, but our hands fall off due to how much can it, Omoy. T harshly cut him. None of that is going to happen. Reikage-sama already sent a message in advance, and we got permission to enter Konoha. Still, I can't believe that Reikage-sama allowed you to come here with no other company than 3 genin sensei, Karui said to the only adult in the group. She wasn't the only one who wondered what kind of witchcraft her sensei used on the Reikage to allow such a thing. Killer Bee was in need of relaxation, that's why he asked his bro for a vacation. And I thought it would be a good experience for you to fight in these exams and meet somebody new, oh yeah. Killer Bee replied while waving his hands rhythmically. Other people would have been deeply perplexed by Killer Bee's antics, but his students were all used to him and his quirks. Turns out, it was Killer Bee's idea to take his team to the exams. At first, the Reikage forbade it, since Kumo and Konoha weren't allied villages, but the 3 genin guessed that Killer Bee bothered his brother so much until he finally relented. Some of the Reikage's counselors supported Bee's idea, since it would be a good way to mend their strained relationship with Konoha. Look, we're almost there, Omoy pointed to the gates of Konoha, already in sight. When they were about to enter, they were stopped by 2 chunin at the entrance. Halt, one of the chunin, who was wearing a bandage over his nose, shouted. Who are you and what business do you have in Konoha? Killer Bee took a step forward. My name is Killer Bee, I'm from Kumo as you can see. To the chunin exams we came, to show off and gain some fame. Everybody else may as well scram, since my genin are gonna rock the exams. Both chunin sweat dropped as they glanced at each other awkwardly. What our sensei is trying to say is that we came here to participate in the chunin exams. I'm sure you were notified that we were coming. Karui interceded before things got even weirder. Yeah, sure, let me check it, the other chunin replied, who was wearing a bandana and had an eye covered by long bangs. After looking through a list, he saw that they were, indeed, expecting a team from Kumo to arrive. He wondered if the Hokage made the right call by allowing them to participate. Okay, it seems that you were saying the truth. All what we need is your passports to verify that you're who you say you are. The 3 genin immediately pulled out their passports and handed them to the guards, who quickly verified them. However, when it came to Killer Bee, they found there was a problem. Sir, this isn't a passport. It's just a picture of you, the Konoha chunin said, while looking at the picture, which was Killer Bee doing some rapper pose. It's a signed picture, fool ya fool. My fans would kill to have something so cool. Killer Bee protested. His 3 genin sweat dropped. While I appreciate the intention, I'm afraid that if you don't have a passport you won't be allowed to enter. Killer Bee grumbled something inaudible as he started to fish through his pockets until he finally found his passport. The picture on the passport was the same as the one he handed to the guard. Still, it was valid. Everything is in order. You can go into the village. But your permission to stay lasts as long as the exams themselves. Once they're over, you'll have to leave, the Chunin of the bandaged nose informed them. If you want to prolong your stay, you should talk with the Hokage. After thanking the guards, Team Killer Bee entered Konoha. Naturally, a bunch of ninja with Kyumo forehead protectors wasn't something people of Konoha, both ninja and civilians, saw every day, and thus they soon found themselves as the center of quite a lot of curious looks, and more than one hateful glare from ninja old enough to remember the previous wars. Boy, I'm feeling uncomfortable, T whined as she got closer to Karui. Come on, we can't let these people intimidate us. Karui protested. It's not as easy. Remember that we're pretty much in enemy territory, all alone, Omoy observed. Killer Bee realized that he needed to do something about that. You guys are ninja, for Kami's sake. You can't let a few stares to make you shake. If that's what takes for you to bail, then you'll look like somebody weak and frail. Omoy and T lowered their heads in shame. Killer Bee was right. Not only were they ninja, they pretty much represented their village to the rest of the world right now. They couldn't leave Kyumogakure in a bad place. Besides, we aren't the only foreigners here. I've seen a couple teams with Amigakure forehead protectors, Karui observed. And I'm sure that we'll see even more people from outside Konoha. Between that and their sensei's reprimand, Omoy and T regained some composure. Karui hoped that they wouldn't break down again, or else they wouldn't make it far into the exams, which would mean being the target of the Raikage's wrath. Downtown Konoha, inside a cafe, look at him, how dare he show his face and that emblem in public like that, I can't believe the Hokage goes so far to protect them, I wouldn't be surprised if they backstabbed him, aren't those girls worried for their lives? Hell, their sensei is dating one of them. Can you believe that? Sasuke, Shizen's voice snapped the Uchiha from his trance. Don't let them get to you. Ignore them. I know, sensei, but it's not that easy, the only boy of her squad replied. I know what you are talking about, Shizen continued. I'm dating Shursui, you know. Whenever we go, we always have to deal with people glaring at us, treating us poorly and murmuring things behind our backs when they think we can't hear them. Yeah. You also have me to support you, Sasuke-kun, Sakura interceded, as she not so subtly grabbed Sasuke's hand. And me too. Karen quickly added, while shooting a murderous glare at Sakura and grabbing Sasuke's other hand. The Uchiha boy merely sighed. Well, girls and boy, the Chunin exams will be in less than 2 days, how do you feel? Shizen asked. Ready to kick ass, Shizen-sensei. We'll show everybody the might of the medical squad. Sakura cheerfully replied. By the way, given that Shursui will be one of the proctors, can you tell us what are we going to face, Shizen-sensei? Karen asked. Sorry, Karen, but as you can imagine, Shursui isn't allowed to talk with anyone about the details of the exam, and much less me, given that you're going to take part on it, Shizen replied with an apologetic smile. So he's your boyfriend but you can't get anything out of him. Lame. Karen said as she crossed her arms. Shizen sighed. Well, if this exam is going to be like previous editions, I can tell you that it will consist on 3 parts. The first one will be a test to your overall capabilities, the second part will be a survival exercise, and the last one will be a one-on-one fighting tournament. But then again, this exam could be different to the previous ones. Still, that'll be better than anything, Sakura said. I did try to ask my brother about his exam, but he told me that I needed to take it completely blind, just like he did, Sasuke mentioned, crossing his arms as well. Hey, this is like real life itself. As ninja, sometimes you will find yourselves amidst situations that you know nothing about. This exam will test your resourcefulness, among other things, Shizen explained. At the very least, we know that the other teams won't have any advantage over us, Karen reasoned. Actually, that's only true for teams who will take the exam for the first time, Sakura interceded. Other teams had taken the exam multiple times already, which means that not only do they have an edge over us, but they're older, and thus they have more experience than us. I don't think so. If they need so many tries to become Chunin, then they can't be that strong, Sasuke retorted. Shizune frowned at Sasuke's overconfident attitude. Sasuke, underestimating your enemies is not something wise to do. Approach every fight as if you were going to face the strongest enemy possible. Otherwise, something far worse than merely failing awaits you. We'll see about that. Outside the Hokage Tower, first day of the Chunin exams, all the genin teams that took part in the exams were told to wait outside the Hokage Tower at 10 in the morning sharp. Those who were already there noticed that there was a large podium in front of the tower. Many teams decided to be there at least half an hour in advance, just to be safe. Team Kurenai thought that they would be among the first teams to arrive, but they found out that another team had beat them to it. Hey, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino! Naruto shouted as he waved at them. Oh, hey, what's up guys? Shikamaru asked. Nice to see you guys, Choji greeted as he ate from his ever-present bag of chips. Why did you say my name last? Ino angrily asked. Ignoring Ino's outburst, Naruto asked, so, you ready for the exams? Shikamaru just shrugged. No. But these two can't take the exam on their own, so I guess I'll have to pull my part. You better. There's no way we can do worse than Forehead Girls' team. Ino stated. With how much Asuma-sensei worked us out, I'm sure we will, Choji commented. Ha! Keep dreaming, Ino, a new female voice said. Everybody turned around to see Sakura, Karen and Sasuke walking towards them. Sakura, Ino mentioned with false joy. I'm glad that you decided not to run away. I want to beat you with my skills myself. Like I just said, Ino, you'd wish I quit. Not when I have Sasuke-kun at my side. Sakura proudly declared. Upon noticing Karen's murderous glare, she added. Oh yeah, and Karen too. Oh, of course, with that murd dash, Ino interrupted herself when she noticed the pleading look Hinata was shooting at her. For some reason, she just couldn't continue with whatever hurtful comment she was going to say about the Uchiha. She simply cleared her throat, and much to everybody's surprise, she said, yes, Sasuke looks strong, as so do you and Karen. I will be looking forward to fighting you in the exams. Sakura, and to a lesser extent, Karen, were taken aback by Ino's sudden bout of politeness. Sasuke was a bit surprised too, though he was better at hiding his reaction than his female teammates. The more observant people there like Shikamaru and Haku noticed the way Hinata was looking at Ino, and deduced that the Hyuga heiress had something to do with it. I do look forward fighting you too, Sasuke. Naruto proudly declared. I hope that you have been training hard, otherwise my victory over you wouldn't be as meaningful. We fought plenty of times back in the academy, and you were never close to defeating me, Sasuke cockily replied, then he smirked at him. But then again, you were the only one back then who could be considered a challenge, so I will look forward to fighting you as well. And I will look forward to fighting and beating you both, a new voice said. Naruto and Sasuke turned to the voice's direction and saw a boy with black hair styled in a bowl haircut, with very thick eyebrows, who was wearing a green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. Who are you? Naruto asked to this would-be rival. Wosh. My name is Rock Lee. While I can't use ninjutsu nor genjutsu, I will prove the world that I can be a powerful ninja using nothing but taijutsu. And what better way to achieve my goal than by beating Naruto, the son of the Sannin, and Sasuke, the Uchiha genius. So, who wants to go first? Rock Lee enthusiastically slipped into a fighting stance. Before any fight could happen, somebody smacked Lee in the back of his head. Lee! Do you want to get us disqualified before even starting the exam? We can't fight right now. A girl with brown hair styled in 2 buns said in a chastising tone. Sorry, Ten. But seeing these 2 ninja, considered the strongest of our generation, makes my blood boil with excitement. My youth can't be contained. Everybody's sweat dropped at the overly theatrical display of the green-clad genin. Is he always like that? Shikamaru asked. Actually, today he seems unusually relaxed, the girl, Ten, replied with an apologetic smile. TSK. Troublesome. As if we didn't have enough with one hyperactive nutcase, Shikamaru deadpanned. Then he looked at Naruto. No offense. Huh? No offense for what? Naruto dumbly asked. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Lee continued. As long as our third teammate arrives, the youth squad will be complete. Ten frowned. Lee, regardless of what you and Gai-sensei insist, that's not the name of our team. Come on Ten, I'm sure you'll admit that Youth Squad is a much better name and defines our team better than the official, Close Combat Squad. Besides, that name leaves you out. Lee countered. Excuse me, Hinata asked both Lee and Ten. Is your third teammate by chance Niji Hyuga? Yes. Ten replied. How do you know? I'm Niji Nizen's cousin. He sometimes talks about you too. By the way, my name is Hinata Hyuga, pleased to meet you, Hinata greeted, while bowing slightly. Likewise. And no need to be so formal, Hinata, Ten chuckled. Hinata-sama can't help being formal. It's part of her nature, a voice that both girls instantly recognized said. Niji. Ten said to her last teammate. Sorry for staying behind. I didn't want to be part of Lee's antics. Though then again, it was inevitable for him to explode when he saw Naruto and Sasuke, Niji replied. Well, at least Lee is no longer challenging Naruto-kun and Sasuke-san. Hinata saw that Naruto and Sasuke were discussing something between themselves. Nope, but he found somebody else to challenge. Ten chuckled and pointed at Lee, who was in front of Sakura. My name is Rock Lee. Please go out on a date with me, oh beautiful Sakura. I will protect you with my life, the green-clad ninja loudly declared. Sakura's brain was still trying to process the situation going on, while Karen was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Ursuri, Lee, but I don't know you that much to go on a date with you, the pinkette awkwardly replied. It doesn't matter. I will keep working hard until I'm worthy of your affections, Sakura-san. Come on Sakura, say yes. This guy is an amazing catch. Karen placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, still laughing. You only say that so can have Sasuke-kun for yourself. Forget about it. Sakura retorted. Well, Sasuke-kun is clearly out of your league, so why don't give this nice boy a chance? Why don't you give him a chance if he's such a catch? Because it's you whom he has a crush on. And I'd hate to get in the way of true love. Karen mocked. While Sakura and Karen continued arguing, the last of the teams formed by Naruto's former classmates joined the group. Oh geez, we're the last ones to arrive, Kiba mentioned a bit dejected, looking at the group. Yup, it seems that Kakashi-sensei's habits are starting to rub off on us, Tamaki agreed. She then noticed Sasuke and smiled. Oh, hey, Sasuke-kun. Ready to rock the exams? Was the Uchiha's response. Keep your attitude as long as you can, Uchiha, nothing will save you from a well-deserved ass-kicking when our paths cross. Kiba declared, with Akamaru happily barking in agreement. Kiba. Just like in the academy, you're all bark and no bite. But if only for the chance to shut your annoying mouth already, I'll be more than happy to oblige. The third member of the animal squad decided to intervene. Thinking on what could be is pointless. We're better off if we focus on the matter at hand. I know that we won't be fighting each other on this portion of the exam. Save your energy for when we are required to fight. HMPF, Kiba grunted, clearly in disagreement. He's right, you know, Tamaki said. Of course you'd side with him, if that would mean siding against me, Kiba scoffed. Tamaki frowned at the Inuzuka. Listen here you mutt, my life doesn't revolve around you. I take most of my decisions without having you in my mind. That's a very poor attitude when working as a team, Kiba fired back. That's why I said most, not all. Tamaki clarified. Shino, a chirpy but very loud female voice shouted from above. Suddenly, a green and white blur fell from the sky like a meteor, landing in the middle of the animal squad. Everybody realized that said object wasn't a meteor, but a girl. A Takigakure kunoichi that the animal squad, and especially Shino, knew all too well. Hey you guys. I'm so glad I found you. Now we can talk a bit before the exams begin. The girl excitedly said. Hello to you as well, Fu, Shino replied, unaffected by the girl's landing. So these are all your friends? I didn't know that you had so many, Shino. By the way, aren't you going to introduce me? The girl said as she wrapped an arm around Shino's neck, making the usually stoic Aburame blush a little. Yes, Shino, we're all dying to know who is this girl that's so interested in you. Ino interjected, her gossip senses going into overdrive. My name is Fu. I'm from Takigakure, and I'm here to become a better kunoichi and make lots of friends, not in that order necessarily. Fu then smirked, and got uncomfortably close to Shino. By the way, my offer of letting you touch them still stands. Oh, Shino, you devil. Who would have thought that behind that quiet facade, there was such a charmer? Ino chimed in. It's not what you are thinking, Shino stuttered. In case you're wondering, we met Fu on a mission to Takigakure a week ago, Tamaki explained, also hoping to deflect the focus from poor Shino. By the way, Fu, you need a team of 3 people to participate. Where are your teammates? I'm sure they're close, Fu replied, not worrying much about her missing teammates. Anyway, I see that you guys have lots of friends. Why don't you introduce Fu became silent the moment her eyes landed on Naruto. There was something about him that made him special. It was almost like seeing a long-lost family member. You, she stated, her voice devoid of all her previous cheerfulness. Me? Naruto dumbly replied. There's something about you that, Fu slowly said as she walked towards the blonde. Fu. The mint-haired girl was snapped from her trance, and turned around to see 2 men with Takigakure forehead protectors running at them. There you are, one of the Takigakure ninja shouted. He was a man with short, brown curly hair, who wore a violet jacket, with the inside being green, black top, with his midriff being exposed, and dark pants. What the hell are you thinking, going on your own in a foreign village? The other one added. He was a slightly taller man with short, spiky hair who wore a dark violet vest, with 2 scrolls attached to it, a light violet turtleneck, and dark green-colored pants. Oh come on guys, I only wanted to see Shino and his friends again. Fu pouted. Fu, you promised Shibuki-sama that you'd be cautious. He'd be really worried if something happened to you. The man with the curly brown hair chastised. I know sorry, Fu lowered her head. She then turned her head at the Konoha genin. I better get going. It was nice to meet you guys. Hopefully we can see each other again later. We'd like that as well, Tamaki replied as she saw Fu leaving with her team. Everybody noticed something about Fu's teammates. The first thing was that the one with the curly brown hair really liked to show off his abs. The second, and only a bit less obvious, was that they were about twice as old as Fu. Akamaru whined something to Kiba. Guys, Akamaru told me that those guys' chakra levels are way above the average for genin. We should be careful around them, Kiba warned. Those who heard him nodded. Attention everybody. The first exam is about to begin, somebody shouted. All the genin present turned their sights to the podium, where a black-haired ninja with one eye appeared out of nowhere. Hello everybody and welcome to the Chunin exams. My name is Shursui Uchiha, and I will be the proctor of the first exam. Ino rolled her eyes. An Uchiha. Just my luck. First of all, if there's a team inscribed but is not present here, said team is automatically disqualified. With that out of the way, I'll start explaining the rules. Shursui snapped his fingers, and many ninja who were previously on the roof of the Hokage tower jumped down and landed between the group of genin and the podium. They were wearing the standard Konoha ninja uniform, except the flak jacket was bright yellow instead of grass green. These ninjas have a scroll hidden within their person. Your task will be capture at least one of them and retrieve the scroll. The scroll bearers won't fight you, they will only run away from you and hide. Now that you know your objective, some additional rules: if you cause collateral damage while chasing the scroll bearers, you fail. If you endanger civilians, you fail. If you use excessive force or even kill the scroll bearers, not only will you fail, but you will be arrested for murder. You have 3 hours to get a scroll, meaning that any team at 1 in the afternoon sharp short a scroll will be eliminated. You will be handed a wireless radio so that you can keep in contact with your teammates. You will have to turn those radios back once the exam is over. If you break it or lose it, you will have to pay for a new one. And lastly, once the exam ends, all teams who passed should come back here with their respective scrolls. That would be all. Do you guys have any questions? Nearly everybody raised their hands. Shursui groaned, and pinched the bridge of his nose. No, the scroll bearers won't hide their scroll inside their rectums. Nearly all hands went down, and only a few remained. Shursui nodded to a random Konoha ninja. I noticed that there are not enough scroll bearers for all of us, the Konoha ninja pointed out. Correct. The number of scroll bearers is exactly half the number of teams, meaning that only the better half of the present teams will advance to the next phase. At best, Shursui replied. He then nodded to a Suna ninja, who happened to be Kankuro. Can we steal a scroll from another team? The puppeteer asked. No. Not only fighting against other teams is forbidden, but the moment a team retrieves a scroll, said team will automatically pass. And don't think you guys can fool me, I have eyes everywhere. Yeah, except in the right side of your face, a random Konoha ninja said, making other genin to laugh at his joke. Shursui made a hand seal, and he body flickered in front of the genin, startling him. What is your name, kid? Masio, the kid, Masio, babbled. Team Masio, failed, Shursui announced with a sly grin as he body flickered back to the podium, and saw Masio's 2 teammates shooting murderous glares at him. If you want to make things easier for your rivals and alleviate some competition like Masio just did, do not hesitate to insult, annoy, or irritate the proctor, namely me. Any more questions? Nobody raised their hand. If that's the case, then good luck to everybody, and let us begin. Shursui made a hand motion, and all the scroll bearers scattered in every direction. After a couple seconds of fumbling, the genin teams immediately went to chase them. Lastly, Shursui made a hand seal, and created 4 shadow clones. Alright, let's get the party started. Shursui and his clones body flickered in a different direction each. Asuma's tactical squad had already locked onto a scroll bearer, and were currently chasing him. Ino suddenly perked up. My gossip senses are tingling like crazy. Another boy we know developed a crush on a girl he just met. Ino squealed. You and your troublesome gossiping. Shouldn't you focus on the matter at hand? Shikamaru asked, a bit annoyed. Besides, that person is obviously Rock Lee. He was all over Sakura. Not Rock Lee, somebody else besides him. Meanwhile, Kurenai's assault squad was also chasing a scroll bearer that Hinata had located with her Byakugan. Haku then spoke up. Guys, what do you think of that girl, Tenten? Naruto just shrugged. I don't know. She seems nice. Hinata nodded in agreement. I couldn't talk to her much, but she made a good impression. Why do you ask, Haku-kun? Nothing in particular, the ice ninja replied while averting his gaze. All genin teams started their hunt for the scrolls. Many of them thought that the challenge was an easy one, even if only half the teams would pass. Still, soon they found that trying to hold themselves from causing collateral damage was way harder than they initially expected. A random Konoha genin tossed several shuriken at a scroll bearer, who managed to dodge them while he fled. The shuriken would have shattered a window display if it wasn't for an ANBU suddenly appearing seemingly out of nowhere and deflecting the steel stars. Shursui, or one of his clones, body flickered into the scene a second later. You caused collateral damage. Team Tadaki of Konoha failed. Shursui wasn't lying when he said he had eyes everywhere. There were multiple ninja, many of them Hyuga, hidden, who would watch the Chunin hopefuls, intervene before they could cause some collateral damage or engaged in blatant rule-breaking, and lastly would warn Shursui via radio if a team was to be failed or passed. And thus, many teams started to drop from the competition as they unwittingly broke the rules Shursui had established earlier. You put civilians in danger. Team Ozaki from Suna failed. You used excessive force against a scroll bearer. Team Kuro from Konoha failed. You caused collateral damage. Team Kid from AIM failed. You engaged in combat with another team. Team Hiroshi from Konoha failed. And as so many teams failed during the first hour of the exam, the remaining teams found it much easier chasing and capturing their targets. Jumping from roof to roof, Kankuro was chasing one of the scroll bearers. Little did he know that the puppeteer's sister was on her way to cut the chase. She suddenly appeared beside him, war fan already unfolded. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Temari swung her fan, casting a powerful gust of wind that tossed the scroll bearer into the air. But before the yellow-clad ninja could fall, sand wrapped around his body, encasing him in a cocoon with only the head exposed. The sand also grabbed the scroll from its hiding place, and pulled it outside the sand cocoon, where Gaara grabbed it. Shursui appeared besides Gaara. Team Baki from Suna passed, and disappeared just as quick. Kiba was rushing on all fours, with Akamaru running besides him, both of them chasing another scroll bearer through a street, doing their best to avoid the walking civilians. Tamaki jumped in front of him, cutting his escape, and forcing him to turn back at Kiba. The Inuzuka grabbed a kunai and tossed it at the scroll bearer, who easily caught it mid-air before resuming his escape. However, the kunai then burst into dozens of beetles, who spread all over his body. Ah! What the hell is this? Get those bugs from me, the scroll bearer yelled as he tried to get rid of the bugs. Shino suddenly appeared behind him. I can tell my Kikai beetles to leave you alone, in exchange for the scroll. Okay, here you go. The scroll bearer pulled the scroll from a hidden pocket inside his flak jacket and tossed it at Shino, who immediately commanded the beetles to stop attacking the man. Shursui appeared besides them. Kakashi's animal squad passed. Kiba and Tamaki high-fived each other, while Shino allowed himself to smile. Sasuke was also chasing another scroll bearer while jumping across multiple roofs. When they reached a certain zone, Sasuke tapped his radio. Karen, the target will pass you in a few seconds, get ready, the Uchiha warned. Yeah, I'm sensing him right now, don't worry, Sasuke-kun, the redhead replied. The gap separating the next building was much wider, but the scroll bearer knew he could jump that distance. What didn't expect was that, when he was in mid-air, several chains coming from below wrapped themselves around his legs and pulled him down. The scroll bearer thought he was going to painfully slam against the ground. But that would have Karen and her team eliminated for using excessive force, so instead the yellow-wearing ninja was caught by Sakura's chakra-enhanced arms before he could touch the ground. Karen wasted no time and placed a kunai on the ninja's neck. The scroll. Now. The scroll bearer sighed, and handed the scroll to the redhead before the pinkette dropped him on the ground. Sasuke immediately joined them, and upon seeing him, Karen raised the scroll at him like it was a trophy. Shisui Uchiha appeared before them. Shizen's medical squad, passed, the one-eyed Uchiha announced before disappearing again. Yay! We passed. Sakura pumped her fist into the air. Good job you two, Sasuke said, making both girls blush and avert their gaze. Another scroll bearer was running away from two Taki ninja while running through a tree-dense area. He thought he had lost them when he suddenly found himself high into the air, a pair of feminine but very strong arms grabbing him by his armpits. What the hell, the scroll bearer yelled. Hey, what's up? Enjoying the view? I certainly am, Fu casually mentioned. Though I can tell that you aren't enjoying the flight, so let's do this, you'll give me the scroll, and I place you on the ground, okay? Since the scroll bearer wasn't allowed to fight back, he sighed and handed Fu the scroll. However, the Jinchuriki didn't realize that she had dropped the former scroll bearer in order to grab the scroll. Oops, she yelped before quickly flying down in order to catch the man before he crashed against the ground. She managed to grab him by his ankles when his face was 1 meter from the ground. Shisui appeared before her. Team Fu from Taki, passed. Yes. Fu pumped both fists in the air and accidentally dropped the scroll bearer, who fell face first into the ground. Oops, sorry. There was something Shisui purposefully left out of the explanation. The scroll bearers that lost their scrolls to the genin teams wouldn't leave. They would stick around, making many teams futilely chase and capture them, only to realize that they didn't have a scroll anymore. Fortunately for Guy's close combat squad, Lee, they had a Byakugan user among them who could identify which one of the scroll bearers still had a scroll within them. Rock Lee was now chasing one of them. 10-10, I'm getting close to your position. Lee warned through the radio. Roger that, 10-10 replied. As soon as she saw the scroll bearer followed by her green-clad teammate, she knew it was time to act. Unsealing art, improvised spear prison. 10-10 leaped above the scroll bearer, unfolded a scroll, which immediately rained many spears above the unsuspecting target, which stabbed into the ground around him. He was about to mock 10-10 for missing, but he soon realized that the spears around him formed a tight cage, and was unable to move. Alright, the scroll, 10-10 extended a hand. I don't have a scroll anymore. A team from AIM took it from me, the scroll bearer said. He's lying. Niji landed near them, his Byakugan activated. The scroll is in a hidden pouch in his left trouser leg. Following Niji's instructions, 10-10 retrieved the scroll, and showed it to her teammates. Shisui appeared besides them. Guy's close combat squad, passed, the one-eyed Uchiha announced, much to the genin's joy. Come on, let's see how many more people has passed, 10-10 suggested as she and her teammates left the area. Hey, don't leave me here, the scroll bearer protested. Jumping from one roof to another, an army of Narutos were chasing a scroll bearer that Hinata assured he still had a scroll within his body. While Naruto could try to capture him himself, he was actually leading the unsuspecting yellow-clad ninja to a trap. Hinata was following Naruto's progress with her Byakugan. Hokukuin, Naruto-kun, and the scroll bearer are heading towards your position. Is the trap ready? Hinata asked through her radio. I see them. And to answer your question, yes. The target will fall in my trap in 3, 2, 1 inch. The moment the scroll bearer jumped into another roof, he immediately slipped and fell on his butt. Ice? The scroll bearer asked, confused. Haku made several hand seals. Ice release, ice prison jutsu. The scroll bearer's hands and feet were encased in blocks of ice, immobilizing and pinning him to the ground. Haku searched the man, and found the scroll where Hinata had said it would be, in a hidden pocket inside the flak jacket. Shisui appeared before Haku. Kurenai's assault team, past WHOA, the one-eyed ninja slipped on the ice and fell on his butt. Yusuri. Does that mean we still pass? Haku meekly asked. As teams started to either fail or pass, the scroll bearers, both who still had their scroll and those who hadn't, found that there were much less teams going after them. Many of them relaxed and fell prey to ambushes set by the remaining teams. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Upon locating a scroll bearer, Shikamaru used his family's signature jutsu in order to trap him. The scroll bearer immediately ran away. He was hoping to leave the shadow behind, but Shikamaru was able to find more shadowed spots in order to prolong his jutsu. The scroll bearer ran into Ino and Choji, the latter who had enlarged his arms, and raised them in order to slam him. But when he was about to jump back, he found himself unable to do so. Shadow Initiation Jutsu, success, the scroll bearer heard Shikamaru announced. What? How did you catch me without me noticing? The scroll bearer asked. Take a look at my shadow, Choji mentioned. The scroll bearer realized that Choji's enlarged arms were projecting a huge shadow, which the Nara used to his advantage. Now Ino, if you're so kindly, Ino nodded, and placed her hand on the scroll bearer's head. After probing his mind, she found the scroll in a hidden pocket in the back of his flak jacket. Shursui appeared from thin air. Asuma's tactical squad passed, he announced before disappearing again. The three members of said squad loudly cheered, even Shikamaru, while jumping and pumping their fists in joy. The first part of the exams came to an end a whole hour before the time limit, when the last team who hadn't claimed a scroll was eliminated due to breaking one of the rules and using too much force when dealing with a scroll bearer. Now, all the past teams were once again in front of the podium, with Shursui on it. Shursui was pleased with his work. Of all the 52 teams that were initially competing, only 22 managed to pass the first phase. Less than a half. 10 teams from Konoha, 4 teams from Suna, 2 teams from Taki, 2 teams from Kusa, 3 teams AIM, and a single team from Kyumo. Congratulations to all of you who passed the first part of the exam, Shursui said, and the genin congratulated each other. Nowadays, a lot of people think that being a ninja is just a matter of raw power. While power is important, controlling said power is just as important. Sometimes, you will need to capture a ninja who has valuable intel without harming them. Sometimes, a battle will break within the walls of your village, so you will need to fight without endangering civilians or causing damage to the village. People who always fight without restraint, without caring about causing collateral damage or without keeping in mind the mission don't deserve to be chunin. But you demonstrated that you can think outside the box, that you can solve a problem without relying on raw power or brute force. Now, you'll go into the next phase of the exam, when your abilities will be tested further. And without further ado, meet the proctor of the second phase of the exam, and with that, Shursui, using his signature ability, disappeared from there. A few seconds passed, and the genin started to murmur, wondering who this proctor was or where he or she was. The answer came in the form of a giant sword falling from above against the podium, splintering it instantly, while the sword stabbed itself into the ground. The genin felt a wave of killing intent, and suddenly, a tall, broad man with spiky black hair was standing on one foot on the sword's hilt. A man Haku knew too well. Hello, brats. My name is Zabuza Momochi, and I'm the proctor of the second phase of the exam, the former Kiri ninja introduced himself. Many genin couldn't help but cower in fear before the imposing man before them. Those who think that you are already chunin because you passed this part of the test will have another thing coming, because my test will push you to your very limits, and will weed the weak from the strong. Take this day to rest, because you will need all the rest you can. Meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 39. Make sure you bring supplies for at least a week, as well as the scroll you obtained on this test. It's about time you learn the reality of the ninja world. That's all. Senju residence, nighttime. The entire Senju Uzumaki family was having a special dinner together to celebrate that both Naruto and Shizun's teams had successfully passed the first round of the exam. It might not seem like much, but given that more than half the teams competing were sent home, it was a big deal. Still, both Naruto and Shizun knew that the worst was yet to come. So is Naruto Nizan a chunin now? Kaida asked. Nope. He only passed the first phase of the exam. He still has more things to do, Hokage replied. Still, he's on the way. These exams separate the great from the mediocre. And it's good to see that Naruto leans to the former, Tsunade commented. By the way, Naruto, Jiraya interceded, besides yours and Shizen's team, did any of your other former classmates pass? Naruto nodded affirmatively. All of them, actually. Ha! Jiraya clapped his hands. I knew it. Thanks to my educational reform, the new generation of genin will grow up to become the strongest ninja Konoha ever produced. That's how great and awesome of a Hokage I am. Jiraya high-fived Naruto, while Tsunade and Shizen both rolled their eyes. By the way, how did you let that Kiri guy be an exam proctor? Naruto asked, still a bit terrified of Zabuza. Haku had told both him and Hinata about the former 7 ninja swordsmen, but the man was way more impressive in person. Let's say that he had some interesting ideas for the exams. You see, the exams in Kiri are way more brutal, and I think we could borrow something from that. Jiraiya! Tsunade shouted. I hope you're not planning to turn our village into another blood mist. No, of course not, the white-haired Sannin raised his hands in defense. I just want to prepare the kids for the real world, that's it. Besides, since our genin are way stronger, by increasing the exam's difficulty, we make sure it's them instead of foreign genin who advance into the final phase of the exam. By the way, Naruto, Shizen interjected. What do you think about the exam so far? Was it easy, difficult? It wasn't as bad as I thought. But veterans said that the first part is usually the easiest, and I'm not getting very good vibes for whatever that Zabuza guy has in store for us. Naruto shivered a bit. Come on kid, after all the things you told me you faced in the land of the rice fields, I don't think genin from other villages will be much of a challenge in comparison, Tsunade said while lightly punching Naruto in the shoulder. Yeah, guess that you're right, Naruto conceded. That's the spirit. Besides, not every kid has the luck being trained by a ninja as awesome as me. Jiraiya proudly stated. Tsunade cleared her throat in a rather not subtle way. Oh yes, and your mom too. The thing is, we're sure that you'll make us proud, Naruto, Tsunade added. Next day, Training Ground 39. Training Ground 39 was a massive, elliptical lake, with plenty of derelict ships on it. Many of them were made of wood, while some were made of steel. All those ships were the last remains of the old fleet Konoha used to have, which was used whenever war was waged against Kirigakura or other maritime enemies. After the Third War, however, the fourth Hokage decided to sell the fleet's remaining ships to private businesses, and hire a ship whenever Konoha needed to carry their ninja across large bodies of water. Many opposed this measure, but the fourth's argument that the ships were way too costly to maintain despite how little they were used outside times of war, and sometimes not even that, were hard to counter. The training ground, known among Konoha as the ship graveyard, was mostly used to train for battles in high sea. Many ninja, who were used to fighting on solid ground, were usually lost when they found themselves surrounded by so much water. And that was the reason as for why Zabuza Momochi, who hailed from the land of water, chose this place as the battleground for the second part of the exam. Alright maggots, listen up, the masked swordsman said, slamming his massive sword on the ground for added effect. You may think that after passing that test the Uchiha put you through, you're almost Chunin now. My job is to give you a reality check, and make you realize how far all of you still are from that goal. This, the swordsman motioned behind him, is the ship graveyard, and the second part of the exam will take place there. But before we begin, do all the teams here have the scroll from the previous test? Those teams who didn't bring the scrolls are automatically eliminated. All the members of every team who was carrying the scroll pulled it out and rose it to prove that they had it. Zabuza confirmed that there were no teams without a scroll, something that didn't sit well with some. Troublesome. I was hoping that one or two teams would forget about the scroll, and thus it would make the competition easier, Shikamaru moaned. Oh come on, 1 or 2 team less aren't going to make a difference, Ino rolled her eyes. Now, all of you, open the scrolls. Zabuza ordered. All the genin did as Zabuza asked, and saw that there was a map of the training ground, with a couple points marked with an X. The scroll is a map that will help you navigate the area. You'll notice a X on all your maps. That X marks the location of a treasure chest that you'll need to retrieve in order to pass to the third and final phase of the exam. Just like in the previous phase, the number of chests is smaller than the number of teams competing. I won't tell you how much smaller. Unlike the previous phase, however, not only fighting is allowed, but in most cases you'll have to fight other teams. Everything is permitted, killing included. Once that item is in your possession, you'll need to bring it to a large steel freighter in the middle of the lake. You will recognize the freighter by its size, much bigger than the rest of the ships here, but in case that's not enough, the freighter has multiple flags on it. You have 3 days to complete this part of the exam. If you don't reach the freighter with the required item within that time limit, you fail. Also, your whole team has to be there to pass. If one of your teammates gets killed, your team automatically fails. Before the exam begins, you will need to sign a waiver that will exempt Konoha from any responsibilities in case of injury or death. Once you sign them, you will be escorted to a row boat that you can use to sail the lake. If said boat is destroyed or stolen, you'll need to find other ways to move through the lake, like water walking. If you don't know water walking well, it sucks to be you. Some genin, who didn't know water walking, gulped in fear. Most of the Konoha genin smiled proudly, since they did learn such skill at the academy. The row boats were evenly placed across the lake's perimeter. Once every team was in position, the second phase of the exam officially begun. While Naruto and Haku rowed the boat, Hinata studied the map. Apparently, the item they needed to find was inside a ship on the northeast part of the lake. They started on the southeast part, meaning that the chance to cross another team was high. Even if they didn't have the item yet, it was more than likely that if 2 teams crossed paths, they would fight for the sake of reducing competition. As they approached the many derelict ships, they started to notice a dense fog forming. Soon they were nearly unable to see what was in front of them. Hey, where did this fog came from? Naruto asked. Fog doesn't appear all of a sudden. I think I know how, but just to make sure, Haku nodded at Hinata, who nodded back in return. Byakugan, the Hyuga heiress, activated her bloodline limit and found something surprising about the mist. The mist is laced with some sort of chakra. I can't see through it. What? Naruto was shocked. Unlike the Sharingan, there was nothing that the Byakugan couldn't see through. The only way to fool the Hyuga's eyes were a couple of special seals. How's that even possible? Because this is no normal mist. This is Zabuza-sama's signature ability, the hidden mist jutsu, the ice ninja explained. It seems that he wants to make the exam as hard as possible. I doubt the mist will be the only trap he has prepared for us. Is there a way to dispel it? Hinata asked. Fire is usually a good way. Do any of you 2 know fire jutsu? Haku asked. Hinata averting her gaze and Naruto angrily crossing his arms were all the answers he needed. Alright. I know how to use this jutsu as well, so I may be able to dispel it a little. Meanwhile, Team Shizun had already boarded the ship where their treasure chest should be. The 3 of them were inspecting the deck, even if they knew that the chest wouldn't be there. Still, you could never be too sure. Karen, the redhead, perked up upon hearing Sasuke calling her. Can you sense anybody near us? Karen shook her head. Nope, Sasuke-kun. While I'm sensing a couple teams, they're too far away from us to be a threat. I think. Sakura raised an eyebrow. You think? This weird mist is interfering with my sensing abilities, Karen commented. She then frowned and crossed her arms. But not too much. You need something more than some little fog to nullify my power. Enough. Let's get down to business and search the ship before another team shows up, Sasuke interjected. She looked at the redhead. Karen? Karen nodded and made a hand seal often associated with a certain blonde. Shadow clone jutsu. The redhead would forever be grateful to Naruto for teaching her such an useful jutsu. 4 Karens appeared besides the original one. 2 of them scattered through the ship, while the other 2 remained on the deck. The original Karen and her 2 teammates scattered through the ship as well in order to look for the treasure chest. It didn't take long until Sakura found said chest inside the hold and called her teammates. Are you sure that's what we're looking for? Sasuke asked. That chest looks new and shiny, while everything else on this ship is old and dusty. It has to be that, Sakura explained. Plus if you look closely, the chest has the symbol of Konoha on it. I guess that's our target. Let's get it then. Karen was about to walk inside the hold, when Sakura grabbed her by her arm. Stop. I'm sure that the hold is booby-trapped. That chest isn't even hidden. I'm sure that they left it like that on purpose for us to get confident. I agree with Sakura. Send a clone instead, Sasuke added. Karen dispelled her 2 clones that were still searching the chest somewhere else and created another one, who started to walk towards the chest. Upon stepping on a switch under a loose plank, the clone triggered a trap, and multiple kunai flew at her from multiple directions, poofing it instantly. Karen winced twice, once after seeing the trap in action, and a second after getting the clone's memories. It is safe now? Karen asked. Just in case, send another clone, Sasuke suggested. They needed 3 more clones until it was safe to pick the chest. However, the medical squad was about to face another problem way bigger than mere traps. Shit, the redhead cursed. What is it, Karen? Sakura worriedly asked. If the team sensor reacted like that, she had an idea of what was going on. Another team arrived at the ship and made short work of my clones, Karen explained. They're Taki ninja. Pretty strong, I may add. They will be after the treasure chest, Sasuke concluded. He pulled out an empty storage scroll and sealed the chest inside it. We need to get rid of them before we can go to the central ship. Okay, any of you have a plan? Karen asked. Sakura and I will fight them head-on. Karen, you will cover us, Sasuke explained. Sakura couldn't help but beam at the idea of fighting alongside Sasuke, while Karen frowned childishly. No fair. Why can't I be the one who fights alongside you, the redhead pouted. Because Sakura is a better hand-to-hand fighter than you. Plus you can cover us better with your shadow clones, Sasuke explained. Sakura's smile grew wider, while Karen sighed in resignation. Okay, being as silent as possible, Team Shizun returned to the deck. Sasuke could see 2 Taki ninja inspecting the area, who didn't notice him yet. Good, that would be their undoing. Sasuke pulled a few shuriken from his tool pouch and tossed them at the enemy ninja. The whirling sound made by the flying steel stars warned the Taki ninja, who immediately pulled out a kunai each, which they used to deflect the incoming shuriken aside. After the failed ambush, Sakura and Karen jumped at Sasuke's side, and 3 of them adopted fighting stances. There's no need to fight, one of the Taki ninja, a man with brown curly hair, said. We are only here for the treasure chest. Give it to us, and we'll leave you alone. We don't have it. We inspected the ship, and found nothing, Sakura replied. Yeah, don't you see that we're not carrying any chest with us? Karen added. Do you take us for idiots? Storage scrolls also exist in Takigakure, you know, the other Taki ninja replied. We know that there's a chest on this ship. Our map said so, the first ninja continued. Karen, track down the 3rd member, he or she can't be too far, Sasuke whispered. Guess that there's no point in trying to fool you. But if you want the chest, you'll have to take it from us by force. The 2 Taki ninja smirked. Trust me, that won't be a problem. Foo. Something dived at Team Shizun from above, forcing them to duck. The buzzing noise made them think of a giant insect, but it turned out to be something entirely different. Is that a girl? Karen asked, incredulous, looking at the winged girl floating above her two teammates. And she's flying? Sakura added, just as shocked. Hee, the girl, who had green hair, tan skin, and was wearing very revealing clothes, greeted them cheerfully. It's so nice to see you again. Sorry we have to fight. I hope that this doesn't deter us from becoming friends later. Is this girl for real? Sakura asked, raising an eyebrow. Hey, I remember this girl. I saw her talking to Shino's team before the first part of the exam. Karen pointed out. Oh, you're friends with Shino too? Then there's no way we can't be friends then. Fu chirped. Fu, focus. You can befriend them later, right now, they're enemies, the Taki ninja with spiky black hair chided. Fu rolled her eyes. Okay, I get it, the flying girl made a hand seal. Hiding in scale powder jutsu. Fu exhaled a large quantity of a fine powder that reflected sunlight, creating an artificial wall of light that momentarily blinded Team Shizun. Not even Sasuke's Sharingan was able to see through it. Water release, water shuriken jutsu. Shadow shuriken clone jutsu. A barrage of shuriken, both made of water and steel, flew at the medical squad. Even with his sight impaired, Sasuke knew what to do. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Pouring as much chakra into the jutsu as he could, Sasuke exhaled a massive fireball that not only dispelled the luminous powder, but managed to evaporate the water shuriken and stop the steel ones. Sasuke, watch out. Sasuke heard Sakura's voice, following by the sharp cling of metal clashing, and the Uchiha saw his pink-haired teammate engaged in a fight with one of the Taki ninja, the one with the exposed abs, who tried to blindside Sasuke while he was busy stopping the shuriken barrage. And before he could even realize, the other Taki ninja was leaping at him as well. While Sasuke and Sakura traded blows with their respective opponents, Fu decided to provide some aerial support to her teammates. Wind release, savage whirlwind. Adamantine attacking chains. Before Fu could complete her jutsu, a couple of chains seemingly out of nowhere wrapped around her legs. Looking down, the mint-haired girl saw that the chains came from Karen's back, who pulled her into the floor displaying a surprising strength. Whoa! Karen rushed at the Taki girl, gathering chakra on her closed fist, before launching said fist at her opponent's face. Much to her shock, Fu managed to catch her fist, suffering no harm other than being pushed backwards a little. Wow, you're really strong. Fu commented, while Karen struggled to release her fist. Where do you hide your muscles? Karen's reply came in the form of another punch who was also captured by Fu's remaining hand. Though, as you can probably see, I'm pretty strong as well. While Karen struggled with Fu, Sasuke and Sakura struggled against the other two Taki ninja. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Multiple fireballs flew at the Takigakure ninja, who both of them smirked while one of them made some hand seals. Water release, Water Wall. A stream of water appeared from the lake, forming a protective dome around the two Taki ninja, successfully blocking the Uchiha's attack. Water release, Dragon Bullet Jutsu. The water dome changed its shape to take the form of a serpentine dragon, which lunged at the two Konoha genin, who jumped in opposite directions to avoid the devastating watery attack. These guys are really strong. I can't believe that they're genin just like us. Sakura commented. Both Taki ninja tensed up upon hearing Sakura's words. And even if they had enough experience to mask their reactions from others, their efforts were useless against a Sharingan user. That's because they aren't genin, Sasuke matter-of-factly added. What? Both Sakura and Karen yelled in unison. We are genin. If we weren't, there's no way for us to be competing here, the man with spiky black hair replied. They're lying. Karen shouted. His chakra fluctuated in an irregular way when he was saying that. What, so you can detect lies? The other male Taki ninja asked incredulously. Yes. It's part of being a censor. Well, your powers are clearly failing you then, the Taki ninja replied, though he didn't sound very convincing. So, if I ask the Hokage to do a background check on you too, he won't find anything fishy going on, right? Sasuke replied. Their nervousness was starting to become more evident. They have been caught. There's no point in denying it. Your reaction betrayed you, Sasuke added. Both male ninja looked at each other, as if they were speaking without words, until they reached some sort of unspoken agreement, and dropped their fighting stances. Okay, you got us. We aren't genin, but jonin, the brown-haired man confessed. If you're jonin, what are you doing here then? Sasuke asked. Kagon and I are jonin. Fu is a genin, the black-haired man clarified. Wait, so you're helping this girl going through the exams? That's cheating of the highest order. Sakura angrily accused. Technically yes, but that's not our mission. We're her bodyguards. Kagon clarified. I can't go into more details, but Fu is a very special girl, and sending her here without escort would have been incredibly risky, the black-haired man added. If she needs to be coddled so much, then she doesn't deserve being a ninja, much less a chunin, Sasuke replied, crossing his arms. It's not coddling. You don't understand it. What's so special about her? Is she the last bearer of a rare bloodline limit? Sakura conjectured. Kagon and his partner traded glances once again. You could say it's something around those lines, the former said. Okay, now we won't only leave you alone, but we will escort you to the main ship. In exchange, all I ask you is not to report us. Not only that would create unnecessary tension between our villages, but this exam is important for Fu as well. What about the other Taki teams? Karen asked. Are there jonin posing as genin among those as well? Kagon shook his head. No, the rest of the teams are legitimate. Like I told you already, this team is a special case because of Fu. Sasuke-kun? Sakura looked at him. What do you think we should do? The Uchiha youth started to ponder. Okay, I think we have a deal. We have nothing to lose and everything to win. With this fog, an escort would be appreciated. Really? Aren't you afraid that this isn't a ruse to make you lower your guard and kill you in order to keep our secret? The black-haired ninja asked, raising his eyebrow. You yourselves stated that you're jonin. If you wanted to kill us, you wouldn't need us to lower our guard. This time, it was Sakura who replied. Kagon smirked. You three are smart kids. We should have put more effort into hiding our true strength better. We clearly underestimated you. Next time, try to hold back a little more, and suppress your chakra a bit, Sasuke advised. Alright, let's hurry. We still need to find a treasure chest for us as well, the black-haired ninja said. Meanwhile, Naruto, Hinata and Haku had already arrived at their ship, and like Team Shizun, they found the treasure chest in the middle of the hold. It couldn't be more obvious. I'm seeing a seal under the chest. Hinata kept her Byakugan activated the moment they boarded the ship. My guess is that the moment somebody moves the chest, it will spring a trap. Don't worry guys, I have this. Naruto made a hand seal, and a single clone popped into existence. Without needing to be ordered to do so, the clone walked towards the chest and lifted it. The four of them waited expectantly for something to happen, but in the end, no trap was triggered. Well, so much for all that caution, Naruto said, almost disappointed. There's no harm in being cautious, Haku wisely noted. Whatever. Let's go to the central ship before another team arrives. The four of them turned back and walked out of the hold, but two poofing sounds followed by a loud thud made them turn back once again. Much to their shock, in front of them was the second exam proctor, Zabuza Momochi himself, who has just destroyed the Naruto clone, causing the chest to fall to the floor. Zabuza-sama? Haku dumbly asked. You three lowered your guard when you thought there was no danger. That's such a shame, especially for you, Haku, Zabuza teased them. What? That trap summoned a exam proctor himself? That's bullshit. Naruto complained. A ninja should be ready to face the unexpected, so shut your mouth, Blondie, Zabuza sharply replied as he slammed his sword into the floor. We need to take that chest back, Hinata whispered to the boys. I know, but this space is too cramped to fight, and Zabuza-sama can easily overwhelm us, Haku whispered back. Then how about this? Naruto made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, the whole hold was bursting with Naruto clones, who pushed Zabuza against a wall. Another of the clones grabbed the treasure chest and threw it at the original Naruto. Go, 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 go. Naruto yelled as he and his teammates left the hold. The three of them arrived at the deck seconds later, and stopped to catch their breath. Come on, we need to leave immediately. Zabuza-sama will make short work of your clones in no time, Haku warned. Oh, come on. I know that guy's strong, but there's no way that at that moment, Zabuza burst through the deck floor and landed in front of them. An evil smirk formed under his mask. Destroying those clones was pretty fun. Do you have more? The former Kiri swordsman taunted. Far from being intimidated, Naruto scowled at him. You bet, he replied, and a dozen more clones came to life. There's no way we can defeat Zabuza-sama. One of us has to stay and keep him busy while the others take the treasure chest to the main ship, Haku explained. But Zabuza-san himself said that the three of us need to be in the main ship for our team to pass. Hinata frantically replied. Besides, if Zabuza-san is as strong as you say, he won't take much time to defeat one of us and hunt the other two. We need to stay and fight. That's the spirit, Hinata. Naruto cheered, before leaving the chest on the floor. Come on, everybody. A wave of Naruto clones charged at Zabuza from multiple directions. The swordsman swung his gigantic blade in a circular motion, poofing said clones instantly. However, by doing such thing, he left himself wide open. From the smoke created by the destroyed clones, Hinata appeared, her hands crackling with electricity. Lightning release, thunder palms. Hinata tried to strike Zabuza on his chest, but the swordsman was way nimbler than his size suggested, and dodged all of Hinata's electrical palm strikes. While he was busy, Haku decided to try his luck, his hands quickly forming hand seals. Ice release, flying icy fangs. Zabuza saw multiple sharp ice spikes flying at him. Once again, his trusty sword stopped the attack. And just like Haku did before, Naruto attempted to capitalize on Zabuza's momentarily vulnerability, and formed multiple hand seals. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto's wind attack successfully hit Zabuza and pushed him outside the ship, and into the water. Ha! Take that! Naruto taunted, while pumping his fist. Naruto-kun, I don't believe that's near enough to get rid of Zabuza-sama, Haku warned the cheering blonde. And true to Haku's words, a few seconds later a wall of water rose above them, with Zabuza standing at its crest. No, let's see how well do you do against this. Water release, crushing wave. This guy is a madman. Naruto yelled. Naruto-kun, Hinata-san, come close to me. Haku shouted as he made several hand seals. The gigantic wave crashed against the genin. When the wave passed, Zabuza noticed that there was now an ice dome where his opponents used to be. He couldn't help but smirk under his mask. Very well, Haku, the former Kiri swordsman complimented as he advanced towards the dome, dragging his sword across the wet floor. I'm glad to see that you're nowhere near as weak as I first had feared. You didn't let Konoha influence you much. Well, if you liked that, then what about this? The dome shattered, and Naruto and Haku jumped out of it, and while they were mid-air, they tossed multiple Senbon and kunai at Zabuza. The masked swordsman was about to lift his sword in order to block the attack, when Naruto yelled. "Hinata, now!" Zabuza realized too late that the Hyuga girl was still in the dome, but before he could react, he felt a powerful electrical current painfully coursing through his body, leaving him paralyzed. Unable to move, he couldn't block the Sanban and kunai flying at him, and they stabbed into his chest. And then, much to the genin's shock, Zabuza melted into a puddle of water. What was that?" Naruto asked, confused, as he scratched his head. "I believe that was one of Zabuza-sama's water clones," Haku explained. "I should have guessed it earlier. There's no way Zabuza-sama would fight us personally." "Hinata, how is that you didn't notice he was a clone?" Naruto asked the only female of his team. "Sorry Naruto-kun, but the Byakugan can't tell a difference between a clone and the original," Hinata meekly explained. "You would have been able to tell the difference if the real Zabuza-sama was here. Unlike Naruto-kun's shadow clones, water clones only have a fraction of the original's power. Usually it's 10%, though this one we fought appeared to be a little stronger," Haku clarified. "Anyway, we should bring the chest to the freighter before we are attacked again," Hinata suggested. Both Naruto and Haku nodded, the former picking up the discarded treasure chest, and left the derelict ship. Meanwhile, not far away from there, two genin teams, one from Konoha, and the other from a foreign village, were fighting for the possession of a treasure chest the former team just retrieved from the ship. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow formed a thread and extended in front of him, aiming to catch his opponent, the only kunoichi among his current foes. A blue-eyed blonde, just like Ino, though this girl's eyes were more teal than blue. Said girl was carrying a massive fan that she used to blow powerful and devastating winds. Though right now, she was unable to attack since Shikamaru was forcing her to keep running. "Damn it Temari, what the hell are you doing?" her teammate, a hooded boy dressed in black with purple face paint exclaimed. "Why didn't you deal with that weakling already? Why don't you try and fight him if he's that easy, Kankuro?" Temari replied. "It's not that you're overwhelming your opponents or anything." Kankuro was fighting Ino while treading on one of the lower sail booms. Despite her unimpressive appearance, Ino was putting quite a good fight. "Why don't you use your dash, shut up." Kankuro interrupted Temari before she could finish. "I don't want people to know about my secret weapon until the time is right." Temari rolled her eyes. "Whatever. Choji, how are you going with the redhead?" Shikamaru yelled at the third member of his team. The Akimichi genin was fighting against a red-headed boy with an impenetrable wall of sand. Whenever he tried to punch him, sand would appear and absorb the impact. The boy didn't even make any attempt at moving and just stayed there with his arms crossed and a bored expression. "Not too good," Choji replied between pants. No matter how hard he punched, the wall of sand would never give in. Then the red-headed boy made a hand motion and several sand projectiles flew at Choji. The Akimichi yelped and jumped aside as fast as he could to avoid the sand missiles, some of them which pierced the ship's mast when they hit it. "That sand's going to be trouble. And worse, the guy looks as if he isn't even trying," Shikamaru mused to himself. "Ino, go and help Choji. Your water jutsu should counter all that sand." "On it." Ino was about to leave the boom, but Kankuro was having none of that. "Oh no you won't." Ino suddenly found herself unable to move properly. Looking back, she saw that Kankuro had cast what appeared to be threads made of chakra from his fingertips that were attached to Ino's body. The Yamanaka heiress tried to pull but Kankuro's pull was stronger. "As you can see, I have you in a pretty tight leash. Escaping is impossible," Kankuro taunted, as his purple lips formed a confident smirk. "We'll see about that," Ino retorted as she continued pulling. Kankuro pulled even harder, and his efforts paid off when Ino was slowly dragged to him. But then all of a sudden, the force pulling in the opposite direction disappeared, and Ino was flying at him at an alarming speed. The blonde crashed against the hooded boy, which made him fall on his back, with Ino on top of him. She then placed her hands on his forehead. Mind transfer jutsu. And then Kenkuro's world turned black, and Ino saw herself looking at her own body. Getting on her feet in her new body, she gently placed her original body on the deck, and went to help her teammates. Meanwhile, Temari had enough of Shikamaru and decided to push him out of the ship in one swift strike. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Upon swinging her massive fan, Temari created a powerful gale that Shikamaru had no hope of dodging. Then he remembered that besides his clan's jutsu, he also had a couple of elemental jutsu under his sleeve. And his element happened to be the one who countered Temari's. Fire Release, Great Flame Jutsu. Shikamaru exhaled a stream of flames that got progressively wider. The flames drastically increased upon clashing against Temari's wind attack, but for some reason they were unable to move forwards. And much to his horror, he saw how Temari's jutsu pushed back the flames back at him. Damn, he yelled as he jumped aside. Unfortunately for the Nara, there was no floor where he jumped at, only water. Still, Shikamaru managed to grab the edge of the deck before falling into the water. You're a tough nut to crack, I give you that. Temari walked menacingly to where he was, while trying to get back aboard the ship. She prepared her war fan for a final attack. But in the end, there's nothing that UCK. Temari was silenced when Kenkuro, or somebody who was ironically using his body as a puppet, knocked her out cold with an elbow strike to the base of her neck. Kenkuro helped Shikamaru up. Ino, the Nara asked, and his guest proved correct when the black-clad Suna ninja nodded. Ino, if you're going to help me, now it would be a good time. Choji shouted, while frantically dodging a whip made of sand. Let's hope this also works on a different body, Ino mused. Water Release, Water Bullet. Ino in Kenkuro's body spat multiple watery projectiles at the surprised red-headed boy, who blocked them with a wall of sand. The sand, however, absorbed all the water, and became much heavier and muddier, and thus immensely more difficult to use. Temari isn't going to be happy when he wakes up, the red-headed boy deadpanned. She probably won't. That girl screams trouble. And even if it will get her even madder, you should surrender. You look pretty strong yourself, but with your teammates out cold and Ino's water jutsu to counter your sand, you won't defeat us. Now take your teammates and leave us alone, Shikamaru told the Suna ninja. You speak the truth. But I'm not as defenseless as you think, especially when I have one of your teammates as hostage, the redhead replied. Hostage? What are you talking shit? Much to Team Asuma's horror, Ino's inert body was almost engulfed in a cocoon of sand, with only its head exposed. That possession jutsu is very impressive, but it does have a downfall that's very hard to conceal. Now, release my brother, and give us the treasure chest you found on this ship, and we will leave in peace. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. The redhead was right. In fact, he could have pretty much killed Ino there, and thus Shikamaru and Choji would be unable to finish the exam on their own. A tactical retreat was in order. Alright, you win. The redhead's expression didn't change. Ino undid her mental jutsu, and both her and Kenkuro awakened inside their actual bodies, while Choji handed Gaara the treasure chest. What happened? Kenkuro groggily asked. Pick up Temari and let's leave for the central ship. We have the treasure chest, Gaara explained in his usual monotone. Wait, did we win? Kenkuro asked, rubbing his temples. Yes, not thanks to you, Gaara sharply replied. Now do as I say. Kenkuro nodded and carried the unconscious Temari on his shoulders. When the Suna genin left, the sand that trapped Ino left as well. Man, this sucks, Ino groaned. What are we going to do now? We need to find another treasure chest, but we don't know which ships have one. And that's not counting on those which had been claimed yet, Choji replied a bit down. Don't lose hope, we still can pass this, Shikamaru interceded. He looked at the blonde. Now Ino, we're going to need your sensory abilities to track other teams. Sure, I can track them, but how do we know if they have a chest? Ino asked. Easy. Let's find two teams fighting each other. When they exhaust each other, we barge in, beat them senseless and grab the chest, Shikamaru explained. Or maybe we could go near the central ship, and ambush a team that's going there. Choji suggested. Well thought, Choji. Now let's see what kind of team we can find first. Not long after that, Naruto's team already arrived at the central ship. Like Zabuza had stated earlier, it was decorated with multiple flags that made it stand out. The deck was empty save for a couple pile of crates and barrels, more than likely either empty or with its goods already spoiled. And guarding the only door to go inside the ship was none other than Zabuza Momochi himself. The 3 genin, and 2 Naruto clones carrying the treasure chest, walked up to him. Well, look what do we have here, the Kiri Jonin mentioned as he rubbed his chin. So, I see that you have the treasure chest. Was it hard to get it? Naruto eyed Zabuza carefully. Are you the real one, or are you a clone as well? Zabuza smirked under his mask. So, you fought against one of my water clones? I did sense a couple of them disappearing earlier. You didn't answer my question, Naruto insisted. Zabuza rolled his eyes. I'm the real one. Do you think that they'd put a clone in charge of verifying the passing teams? Speaking of which, Naruto motioned his clones to take a step forward and brought the chest to Zabuza. Did we pass? We'll see, the swordsman mysteriously answered. Zabuza then pulled out a key from under his shirt, and used it to unlock and open the chest. Inside it, resting over a bed of straw, there were 3 large metallic bracers with the words, "Finalist," carved upon them. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Zabuza then handed the bracers to the 3 genin. Keep those on as proof that you passed this test. Yay, we did it. One more test and we will be Chunin. Naruto cheered, bouncing up and down in excitement. Don't cheer so soon, brat. You did well, but the last part of the exam is the one that counts the most. The swordsman then moved aside, and opened the door to the inside of the ship. One of the ninja inside the ship will show you your cabin. If you want to eat something, head to the cafeteria. Team Kurenai did as Zabuza told them, and upon entering the ship, a Chunin was already there to take them to their cabin. All the teams who made it to the second phase of the exams had a cabin prepared in advance, marked with the names of each teammate, as well as a symbol of their village. The cabins weren't that great, a small, cramped place with a triple bunk bed, and a small, empty wardrobe, to store their belongings while they were on the ship. Naruto scanned their provisional home, and frowned. Well, this isn't exactly a resort, but guess that it will have to do. The blonde crossed his arms. I agree, but then again, we will only come here to sleep, Haku commented. Upon hearing Haku and seeing the beds, a realization suddenly dawned upon Hinata, who started to turn red. Wait a minute, are we supposed to sleep the T3 of us together? The Hyuga asked, almost trembling. Guess that they couldn't spare more than 1 room per team, Haku guessed. Then he looked at his distressed teammate. But don't worry, Naruto and I will make sure not to make you feel uncomfortable. Yeah, we will give you all the privacy you want whenever you need to get changed, Naruto reassured. Anyway, fighting against the fake Zabuza left me hungry. I'm going to the cafeteria. Who wants to join me? I think I'll go with you as well, Naruto-kun. I could use some food, Hinata answered. Yeah, me too, Haku replied. After one of the patrolling Chunin told them the way, Team Kurenai arrived at the cafeteria. Much to their surprise, they saw other 2 teams already there, Kakashi's animal squad, and a team from Kumogakure composed of 2 girls and a boy. Aw man, 2 teams already here? I thought that we were the first ones to arrive, Naruto moaned. Kiba, who was sitting with Tamaki and Shino on a table, were on the process of finishing their meals and heard Naruto's comment and turned his head at him. Hey, look who's finally here. You took your sweet time, the dog ninja mocked. This isn't a race, Kiba, Naruto retorted, crossing his arms. Kiba snorted dismissively. Yeah, as if you would think that if you arrived here first. Actually, Naruto-san has a point. It doesn't matter if you arrive here first or last, as long as you arrive. That won't give you an edge during the next phase of the exam, Haku interceded. I have to disagree on that, Haku-san, Shino mentioned, as he adjusted his glasses. Due to the nature of this test, the more time you take to complete it, the smaller the chances of success. Therefore, arriving here first is an indicator of a team's skill and power. But then again, given that the difference between the time of arrival of our teams is negligible, so is the difference of our skills. Well, there's also luck. We got pretty lucky that we caught a team fighting against a Zabuza clone and were able to steal their chest before they noticed, Tamaki explained. Anyway, according to my sister, the last phase of the exam is usually a fighting tournament. That will be the best way to determine which one of us is the best ninja. Which will be me, Kiba proudly stated. Akamaru happily barked in agreement. In your dreams, Mutt, Naruto retorted, but decided not to waste his time anymore trading bravado with Kiba, and headed for the cafeteria's counter to see what they had to eat. Much to his disappointment, there was no ramen. Half an hour later, Shizen's medical squad arrived at the cafeteria. Naruto felt the impulse of taunting Sasuke about his team arriving first, but remembering his conversation with Kiba, he decided that he didn't want to be a hypocrite and bit his tongue. Still, he decided to greet them. Hey, what's up guys? Naruto asked as he walked towards them. How was the test? It was okay, I guess. You could say we had a bit of luck with our opponents, Sakura replied. What about you, Naruto? Did you have to fight against somebody strong? Karen asked. Nope, we managed to get our treasure chest before other teams arrived. Though we did have to fight against a Zabuza clone, Naruto explained. Our treasure chest was full of traps, but thanks to the shadow clones we managed to disable all of them. Thanks again for teaching me that jutsu, Naruto, Karen replied with a genuine smile. It's useful, isn't it? Naruto smiled as he put his hands behind his head. Well, I better go back to my team. Good to see you guys make it. Team Shizun decided to grab something to eat, and headed to an empty table. Sakura noticed that Sasuke didn't utter a word since their encounter with the Taki ninja, and while that wasn't unusual for the Uchiha teen, he also looked a bit absent-minded. Sasuke, you've been pretty silent, is everything okay? Sakura asked. Yeah, it's fine. I'm only thinking, Sasuke replied. Can you tell us what worries you so much? Sakura asked as politely as possible. It's about that girl, Fu. I've been trying to figure out what's so important about her to warrant an escort of 2 jonin. The next phase of the exam is going to be a fighting tournament, and I want to be ready in case I have to fight her. Sasuke turned at his bespectacled teammate. Karen, did you notice something unusual about her? Well, her chakra was really potent for a genin, and massive. Almost as much as Naruto's. Maybe I can a better look at her chakra the next time I see her, Karen replied. If you see her, Sakura corrected. There's no guarantee that her team will pass this exam. With 2 jonin, no other team has any chance to beat them. They will pass, Sasuke interceded. Speaking of which, why did we agree to keep this a secret? You said you're worried about fighting that green-haired girl in the finals, but aren't you worried about those 2 jonin? Sakura asked, a bit puzzled. Despite keeping the team together was a requirement to pass the first 2 phases, the teams are usually dissolved before the final phase. We will be on our own, and so will Fu, meaning that she won't need her escorts, which I presume they will quit before the final phase, or throw their matches if they decide to keep their masquerade, Sasuke deduced, but Sakura wasn't entirely convinced. And what if such thing doesn't happen? Sakura asked. Then we will have to denounce them to the Hokage, Sasuke firmly stated. About an hour later, another team arrived. This time, it was Team Baki from Tsunade. Naruto beamed upon seeing his foreign friends, and went to greet them. "Hey, you guys made it!" Naruto cheered. "Of course. Did you doubt it?" Kankuro proudly replied. Temari just rolled her eyes, and decided not to reveal how Kankuro was possessed by that other blonde kunoichi. "By the way, Naruto," Gaara spoke up in his usual monotone. A thin boy with spiky black hair styled in a ponytail, an obese kid with brown hair, and a girl with long blonde hair and blue eyes. "Do you know anybody who looks like that?" "Yeah, that sounds like Shikamaru, Choji and Ino." "Why do you ask? Did you fight them?" Naruto asked, and suddenly realized what had happened. "Wait, you didn't kill them, don't you?" "No, no." Temari was quick to correct Naruto's assumptions. "We did fight against them, but they're okay. We didn't plan to kill any Konoha ninja your age just in case they were your friends. But it's more than likely that they won't pass this phase. What a pity. I was hoping that they would make it. You see, they fought alongside us on a very dangerous mission not long ago, and we would have died if it wasn't for their help," Naruto replied, a bit saddened. "Hey, don't look so down. This isn't the worst that can happen during these exams. They will live to try again in a few months," Kankuro said, trying to reassure Naruto. "Now that I think about it, it's very likely that we will end up fighting each other in the finals," Naruto awkwardly said, as he rubbed the back of his head. "I'm actually looking forward to it, Naruto," Gaara stated, staring intensely at Naruto. "I really want to check how strong you really are." Naruto smiled at him. "I'm sure you won't be disappointed." No more teams arrived that day. Besides eating and passing time at the cafeteria, and sparring in a special room designed for light training, there was not much else to do, and the 5 teams who had completed the second part of the test spent most of the day at the cafeteria, chatting. The Konoha ninja sometimes gathered in groups larger than their teams, while the Kyumo and Suna ninjas usually remained separated, though Naruto sometimes joined the latter for a chat. Finally, sometime after lunchtime, a new team arrived, composed of Neji, Lee and Tenten. "Oh boy, look how many people arrived before us," Tenten noted, shaking her head. "And most of them are rookies." "I know. That was mostly unyouthful on our part," Lee excitedly claimed. "As a punishment, I will run 100 laps around Konoha on my hands, while carrying a boulder. And if I can't do that there's no point in fretting over that," Neji interrupted his hot-blooded teammate. "That's in the past. We should focus on passing the next round, whatever it is." Lee was about to reply something, but his eyes drifted towards certain pink-haired girl, sitting with her 2 teammates. Despite not being able to use ninjutsu, Neji and Tenten would swear he used the body flicker to disappear and reappear next to Sakura. "Oh, Sakura-san, I'm so happy to see that you passed this test as well," Lee said as he grabbed her hand. "But it should not be a surprise to see that your talent and strength are just as great as your beauty." Sakura started to sweat. "Yuhiri-uri, very kind, Lee," Sakura said as she removed her hand from Lee's. Karen's mouth formed a wicked smile. "Sasuke-kun, I believe we should leave the 2 lovebirds some time alone, don't you think so?" Before Sasuke had any time to react, Karen was dragging him away. "What? Hey wait, where do you think you're going?" Sakura exclaimed. Everybody correctly guessed that she was more outraged at the thought of Sasuke and Karen being alone than being left with Lee. Karen then blushed, and smiled tenderly at him. "Besides, I believe we could use some time alone, you and me, what?" Both Sasuke and Sakura shouted in unison. Sakura immediately grabbed Karen, and the 2 of them started a loud argument. Sasuke took advantage of this and left the cafeteria unnoticed. While Lee tried to regain Sakura's attention, which was focused on Karen, his teammates decided to approach Team Kurenai. Or better said, Neji decided to approach Hinata, and Tenten followed him. Good afternoon, Hinata-sama, Niji greeted in his usual stoic and overly polite tone. It seems that your team got less trouble passing this part of the test than mine, given that you arrived here before us. You could say we had some luck. It's good to see that you and your team made it as well, Nii-san, Hinata greeted her cousin with a smile. Tenten spoke up. Of course. We weren't going to be left behind a bunch of rookies. No offense, she added, looking at Team Kurenai with a semi-apologetic look. None taken, Haku replied. You know, now I kind of wish we didn't finish this part so soon. This waiting is killing me. Naruto complained. Be careful with what you wish for. With each passing hour, the chances of passing this test dwindle more and more. And their chances after the first day weren't so big to begin with, Niji interceded. Haku cleared his throat. It was about time to make his move. He needed to stay alone with his crush, and knew the perfect excuse. Tenten, may I ask you something? The ice ninja asked. Shoot, was her reply. If you're not too tired, would you like to spar with me in one of the training rooms? Haku asked. Tenten raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. You're right, I'm a bit tired right now, but guess that I could do it later. But, why me? Don't you prefer to spar with your teammates? The reason I chose you is because from what I've been told, you're a mid-ranged fighter, just like me. Besides, I sparred against my teammates countless times already, and as you have with your teammates. It would be good for the both of us to fight against somebody new before the final test. You have a point there. I barely fight against anybody that's not a close combat specialist, so I could use a change. But now, I'm going to have something to eat, and then I will take a nap, Tenten replied. He looked at her Hyuga teammate. Niji, you coming? I'm right behind you. And we should liberate Sakura from Lee's affections, Niji suggested. Once the older genin left, Haku sighed in relief. Naruto grinned devilishly. So, that's why you were so interested in Tenten, huh? You have a crush on her? It was less a question and more a statement. She's really cute, Haku replied. But I wish to know her better before making any moves on her. And a spar is the perfect excuse to do that, and we will be alone. Okay. But you shouldn't let that girl distract you too much. There's still one last phase yet and we need you at 100%, Naruto warned, in an almost parenting tone. When I asked her for a spar, I meant it. Tenten has been a ninja for far more time than us, so I believe I could benefit from sparring with her, Haku explained. Then, he smiled in a way Naruto found odd. Maybe you two should find a room and spar as well, don't you think? Right. We can't afford losing due lack of preparation now that we're so close to the finish line. What do you say, Hinata? Usher, I'd love to be alone with you, to spar against you, Naruto-kun, Hinata stammered. By dinner time, only one other team arrived, one with a certain green-haired girl on it. Hello everybody, Team Fu is here, the green-haired girl announced with her usual excitement. She scanned the teams they're having dinner, until she found some familiar faces. Fu. Over here. Tamaki waved at her, indicating her and her team to take a seat with Team Kakashi. After getting something to eat, Fu and her team sat beside Shino, Kiba and Tamaki and started talking. Though to be fair, it was Fu who talked with the members of Team Kakashi, while her teammates Kagon and Yoro remained silent. So hey, how long have you been here? Fu asked. Pretty much since the test began. We managed to snatch a treasure chest real quick and bring it here in no time. Tamaki proudly recounted. Such luck. We had to fight against another Konoha team, but they made us retreat, Fu explained. We were afraid that we wouldn't be able to find a treasure chest in time, but I wasn't going to leave the exam so soon. Especially not after befriending so many cool people here. We're glad to see that you made it, even with some difficulty, Shino spoke up. it wouldn't be much fun if it was easy, would it? Fu asked, smiling. Well, if it's easy, that means that your skills are above the requirements, Kiba retorted. Fu continued talking with the animal squad for some time. Meanwhile, at another table, another team was keeping an eye on the newcomers. Karen, Fu is here. You know what to do, Sasuke instructed. Karen just nodded, and made a hand seal. With her mind's eye of the Kagura, she started to inspect Fu's chakra. Just as she expected, it was abnormally powerful. Watching closer, she realized that there was something inside her that was empowering her chakra. A second source of chakra within her body. It was something that Karen already saw once. The redhead remembered the time she sensed Naruto, who also had an extremely powerful chakra, and a second source of chakra as well. Naruto explained to her that it was a tailed beast sealed within him when he was a baby, and his large chakra reserves were a side effect of the sealing. Would it be possible that this Fu was a Jinchuriki too? I think I have something. Karen's statement caught her teammates' attention. I believe that girl may have a demon sealed inside her too. Those are bad news, Sasuke replied. I'm sure it's not that bad. Naruto has a demon as well, and he isn't that strong, Sakura commented. I mean, he is strong, but not as strong as you, Sasuke-kun. He never defeated you so far. Maybe. But that girl is not Naruto, and assuming otherwise would be unwise, the Uchiha retorted. When I saw those wings, I thought it was the bloodline limit, but now I'm not so sure. That girl might have other hidden abilities we are not aware of. Oh, Karen muttered. Sakura turned at her. I don't like the sound of that. I just picked up another guy whose chakra signature has similarities to Naruto's and that girl. The redhead kid from the Suna team, Karen pointed out. Ugh, how many people have demons sealed inside them? I thought Naruto was the only one. Sakura groaned. It seemed like the exam was getting progressively harder every minute. The last day of the exam was just as uneventful as the others. Just like the previous 2 days, most of the genin spent the time at the cafeteria chattering and eating, and sometimes training to blow off some steam. All that waiting was starting to make them restless. Naruto and Hinata were in one of the training rooms, fighting against each other. They agreed that Hinata would only use the Byakugan and the Thunder Palm, while Naruto would only use clones. Those restrictions were for the sake of keeping the fight simple, as well as honing those two specific skills as well. While Hinata started the fight really well, poofing clones left and right while keeping them at bay, she slowed down little by little, and her defense grew sloppier. Hinata? Are you alright? Naruto asked. I used up a lot of chakra, do you mind if we rest a bit? Hinata replied between pants. With a hand seal, Naruto dispelled his remaining clones and smiled at her. Sure. Sorry, I think I may overdid a little. Sometimes I forget that not everybody else has my stamina, he said as he tossed a water bottle at his teammate. Hinata caught the bottle and opened it. No, it's my chakra reserves. It's just too small. I think I should work harder on expanding it a bit. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to keep up with you during long fights, Hinata replied. Given that I have so much chakra, maybe I could share some with you? Naruto suggested, but much to his confusion, Hinata shook her head. It's not that easy, Naruto-kun. People have different chakra types, and some kinds of chakra aren't compatible. It's akin to blood donations. You need a compatible type, Hinata explained. So if I tried to transfer my chakra to you and we weren't compatible, Naruto started. Your chakra would harm me, Hinata finished. In fact, that's one of the basics of the gentle fist, to introduce your chakra inside the enemy's body. Though the chakra is specifically molded so it's always harmful to the opponent, in case you fight against somebody with chakra compatibility. And how would we know if we're compatible? Naruto asked. There's no way to know that without trying to transfer our chakra, Hinata explained. Ando, you want to try? Naruto asked, a bit uneasy. I don't see why not. Being able to share our chakra would be an invaluable ability, Hinata replied. Naruto was unsure. But what if I hurt you? Hinata smiled at him sweetly. Don't worry, we'll only transfer minimal amounts of chakra so the damage is negligible. Naruto perked up a bit. Okay. So how do we do it? Well, Hinata started to fidget with her index fingers. We need to create physical contact. Physical contact? Naruto suddenly grabbed both of Hinata's hands. Like this? Why yes, the Hyuga tried her hardest not to blush. Now try to transfer some of your chakra into my system, Naruto-kun. As the blonde prepared, he could feel Hinata's chakra almost as if he was a sensor now. And just like Hinata had said, her chakra felt different to his. That would mean that they weren't compatible. Naruto was about to let her hands go when he got an idea. He heard Tsunade explaining that in order to use her immense healing network, she molded her chakra to make it compatible with Katsuyu, so the slug could use it to heal others. So maybe he could try something similar? He gathered some chakra, and sensing Hinata's, tried to mold it so it would be similar to Hinata's. When he felt it was similar enough, he pushed the modified chakra into Hinata's system. The Hyuga shuddered upon feeling the foreign chakra. Hinata? Are you okay? Naruto asked. It worked. We're compatible, the Hyuga cheered, clasping Naruto's hands. Actually, we aren't. Hinata was visibly confused upon hearing Naruto's words, so he elaborated. You see, our chakra was too different, but I molded my chakra so it was similar to yours before sending it. But it worked in the end. You did that? That was really ingenious. Hinata praised. Hehe, thanks. This time, it was Naruto who blushed a bit. Say, do you want more? I have tons of chakra, so maybe I could replenish your chakra reserves completely. Oh okay, but don't overdo it. I don't want you to exhaust yourself. Naruto nodded, and repeated the process, which was much easier the second time, until Hinata's chakra was once again at its fullest. They broke physical contact. How do you feel? Naruto asked, a bit worried. Amazing. Hinata scanned her body as if this was the first time she saw it. It's like I never used my chakra to begin with. Cool. Now if you or Haku run out of chakra during a mission, I can recharge your reserves. Naruto grinned. There was a moment of comfortable silence between the two of them, until Naruto spoke up once again. Speaking of Haku, I've been thinking, do you think he'll have some luck with Tenten? Naruto asked. I don't know. Maybe? Hinata never thought much about it. She didn't know Tenten much. I hope he does. Besides, that girl seems to be one of the few of our age not chasing after Sasuke, the others being you and Ino, so he won't have much competition. Speaking of which. Hinata, is there a boy you like? Hinata's face turned so red that steam started to come from her head. WWJAT. It's just that most girls our age are already pinning for a boy, and I thought that maybe you liked somebody. Well, Hinata wasn't even able to form proper words. So you do. Naruto declared. Hinata could faint at any moment. It's okay, I won't ask you who is, since you're obviously not very comfortable talking about it. Thank you, Hinata babbled. Whoever that boy is. I'm sure he's lucky of having a girl as amazing as you wanting to be his girlfriend, Naruto mentioned. Yet, for some reason, the idea of Hinata having a boyfriend was something he couldn't agree with. If he was okay with Haku chasing Tenten, then why wasn't he okay with Hinata chasing somebody else? When it appeared that only 7 teams were going to pass the second test, Team Asuma arrived shortly before dinner, much to everybody else's displeasure, since that meant that the next phase of the exams would be a little more difficult due to the extra competition. However, despite this, Naruto, Hinata and Haku were quite happy to see that they made it to the finals, regardless of the additional difficulty that it implied. The next morning, the 8 passing teams were summoned to the ship's main hold. Upon entering, they saw that the hold has been remodeled into a fighting arena, with 2 sets of stands at each side, and a huge plasma screen mounted on one of the walls. In front of the 24 genin, were the Hokage, Jiraya, flanked by Tsunade, Shisui, Zabuza, the Jonin sensei of the teams that had passed, minus Fu's team, as well as a few other exam proctors. Zabuza took several steps forward. And now, the second phase of the Chunin exams is now over. Congratulations to all of you who passed. But once again, don't think you are Chunin already, since the worst is yet to come, Zabuza told them. Man, he can't even congratulate us without slipping a threat. That guy has issues, Kiba commented, rolling his eyes. Thank you, Zabuza, Jiraya spoke up. Zabuza nodded and returned to his previous place while Jiraya took his. You should feel proud. Almost 200 genin took the exam, and yet only a small fraction of that number reached the finals. That's a testament of your ability to work as a team. However, this begets a question: how do we know that all of you contributed to your team's success, and you didn't let your teammates do all the work while you shared their success? The third and final phase of the exam will reveal it all, a one-on-one fight tournament. Jiraya then proceeded to explain the hidden purpose of the Chunin exams, a war simulation between villages, as a way for said villages to showcase their power to potential customers. That's why the finals would be held in a stadium in a month's time for everybody to see, among them many nobles, including the Lord of the Land of Fire himself. However, there is a problem. Worry started to spread like wildfire among the genin upon hearing those words from the Hokage. Too many genin passed. A tournament of 24 people would take way too long to finish. That's why we're going to cut that number in half right now. What? We made it to the finals, you can't kick half of us just because you say so. Kiba loudly protested. How are you going to determine which of us are going to pass to the finals then? Ino asked, no less outraged. Jiraya grinned. Easy. We're going to have 12 one-on-one fights right here, right now. Take a look at the screen above us. The 2 names displayed there will be the first 2 to fight for a spot in the finals. By the way, let me introduce you the lovely proctor of the third and final phase of the exam, Yugao Yuzuki. Jiraya motioned to the purple-haired woman, wearing the usual Konoha uniform as opposed to her ANBU gear. Jiraya looked at Haku. But I'm sure that some of you already know her. Yugao took a step forward. Alright, I'll be the referee during the fights, both now and during the actual finals. The fight will end when one of the combatants is knocked out, gives up, dies, or I declare a winner. Any questions? Sakura raised her hand. What happens if it's a tie? Like a double KO? In that case, there is no winner and both combatants are eliminated, was Yugao's answer. Sakura looked uneasy. Any more questions? No? If that's the case, let us begin. Everybody watched the screen as it flashed names at an imperceptible speed. After no less than 30 seconds, it finally revealed 2 names. Tenten versus Omoi. Alright, everybody but Tenten and Omoi, to the stands. Tenten and Omoi, get over here. Yugao called. While Tenten and Omoi got ready to fight, the genin sat on the stands on the left side, where they were joined by their respective Jonin sensei. Jiraya and the rest sat on the stands on the opposite side. The stands were elevated several meters in the air, to both give the spectators a better view, and to protect them from any stray attack. Tenten is so lucky. I wish I was the first one to fight. Lee pouted. Don't worry Lee, you will have your chance. Now Tenten needs you to cheer her on. Guy replied. Right. Come on Tenten. Blind everybody with your flames of youth. Tenten smiled awkwardly at Lee's overly enthusiastic cheers. She then glanced at Tsunade, who was watching the fight about to begin. A painful memory from the previous year resurfaced once again. Flashback. Tenten was in a classroom inside Konoha's hospital, alongside other ninja, studying under Tsunade to be a medic nin. All of her classmates were already adults, her being the only academy student. So far, medicine proved to be harder than she had expected, but she had a good feeling about the last test she took. That is, until Tsunade showed her the results of that test. What? Tenten asked, disheartened. Of the 50 questions the test had, she only answered 8 correctly. Tsunade sighed. She didn't like what she was going to say, but she had to. For the girl's sake, at least. Tenten, this is the 3rd test you fail in a row, Tsunade began. I know. But don't worry, I'll work harder to make sure I pass the next one. Tenten was quick to answer. Tsunade sighed once again. It's not just the matter of failing. I mean, on this test, you only got 8 questions out of 50 right. That's not even a 20%, Tsunade held up a hand when Tenten was about to protest to silence her. Tenten, don't you think that maybe medicine isn't for you? But I always wanted to be like you, Tsunade-sama. You are my inspiration for becoming a kunoichi, she begged. And I'm glad that you see me in such light, but that doesn't mean that you have to follow the same path I did. You can be an awesome kunoichi. I saw your grades at the academy, and they're promising. You only need to find your right calling. Right now, you're only wasting both our times. Do you understand? Deep down, Tenten knew she was right. Being a medic nin was a delicate job in which the tiniest failure could have horrible repercussions, and she wasn't doing a very good job. Maybe she should quit now and find something else more suited to her. Alright, Tsunade-sama. I'll pick another specialty then, Tenten replied, holding back the tears. Tsunade smiled at her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't let this get you down, okay? I know talent when I see it. End flashback. Now is my chance to show Tsunade-sama how strong I am, Tenten thought. Omoi can't lose this fight, he'll impress all with his might, and his opponent better sees that the best path is to flee. Killer be rapped, while waving his arms in front of his face. Everybody stared at the Kyumo Jonin, though he didn't notice, or if he noticed, he didn't care. So the Raikage sent one of the Jinchuriki here, unprotected? Strange. I'll better keep an eye on him, Jiraya mused. All eyes were on Tenten and Omoi, both ready to fight. Begin. Yugao made a chopping motion with her hand and jumped backwards. Losing no time, Omoi unsheathed his katana and charged at Tenten, who smiled, and pulled out a sealing scroll. She unsealed another katana and a shoto, and charged against the Kyumo ninja. Their blades crashed against each other's with loud clangs, producing sparks upon contact. I'm glad that you're my opponent. It's been a while since I was able to fight against another swordsman. Tenten said as she pressed in the offensive. Soon you will regret that. Kyumogakure is home to some of the best swordsmen of the entire elemental nations. Omoi replied. They continued trading blows, with none of them appearing to have the upper hand. That moment, Omoi decided to reveal one of his tricks, and made several hand seals. Now you will feel the power of Kyumo's swordsman. Lightning release, thunder blade. Omoi channeled lightning through his katana, which started to crackle with electricity, and charged forwards. Tenten tried to block Omoi's vertical slash, but much to her shock, Omoi's katana sliced through hers as if it was made of butter. What? Tenten asked in shock, as she jumped backwards to avoid the slash. Still glad to fight against me? Omoi asked, smirking at her. Tenten smirked back. Humph. This was just a setback. If you're superior to me in close-quarter combat, I'll simply switch to mid-range instead. Tenten leaped backwards, and in mid-air, she pulled another sealing scroll. Doing a somersault, she opened the scroll, facing Omoi. Manipulated tools, Steel Storm. Multiple kunai and shuriken rained upon Omoi, who did his best to deflect them while jumping backwards and sideways to avoid those he couldn't block. Still, some of them managed to graze his skin, causing some superficial cuts. I can fight mid-range too. Omoi stabbed his katana on the ground and made several hand seals. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Omoi cast his hands forward, releasing multiple lightning bolts, all which impacted on Tenten, still mid-air. However, much to his surprise, Tenten disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving a kunai in her place. What? Omoi turned around and saw Tenten smiling at him. But he had no time to react, and the short-haired kunoichi greeted him with a kick to his jaw which sent him a few meters back. What the hell was that? Kiba asked, a bit confused. Knowing that she had no time to waste, Tenten unsealed a kuzurigama from one of her scrolls and leaped at Omoi again. The dark-skinned boy knew he had no time for ninjutsu, so he pulled out a couple kunai to block her attack. While on mid-air, Tenten swung the spiked ball at the end of her kuzurigama and tossed it at Omoi. Tried to block it, but much to his horror, the spiked ball was aimed lower than he had predicted, and the chain wrapped around his ankles. Tenten's foot then slammed against his face, knocking him down like a fallen tree. Tenten then placed the sickle of her kuzurigama on Omoi's neck. Say it, the kunoichi said, pressing the sickle against his neck. Okay, I give up. Omoi replied. Tenten unwrapped the kuzurigama, and helped Omoi on his feet. Winner of the match, Tenten. Yugao announced. Tenten jumped and squealed in joy. Guy and Lee loudly cheered her as well. Both Tenten and her felled opponent returned to the stands. Good fight, Omoi spoke up. Using body replacement with one of your kunai was a neat trick. Tenten smiled at him. Thanks. And sorry that you're out of the finals. It's okay. I can try the next time. Seriously, what the hell was that? Karui angrily asked to her returning teammate. First fight of the day and you lose. Hey, calm down. That girl was strong as hell. Plus she caught me off guard, Omoi replied. Karui scoffed. Yeah, I saw that. Meanwhile, Tenten was being congratulated by her teammates, when somebody else approached her. Congratulations for your victory, Tenten-san, Haku praised. Now I see that you were holding back when we sparred yesterday. You're a really strong kunoichi. Thanks, Haku. Yes, I usually don't show my best tricks unless absolutely necessary, Tenten replied with a warm smile. The next match is about to begin, Niji interrupted and pointed to the screen, where more names were being flashed until it finally stopped after another good half a minute. Tamaki vs. Kagon, alright. Tamaki excitedly said as she jumped into the arena. Time to kick some ass. Tamaki, be careful, Kiba warned. According to Akamaru, that guy's chakra level is way above the average genin. I know. Don't worry, I have a plan, the cat kunoichi reassured. Her opponent, one of Fu's teammates, stepped in without much fuss. Once the two were in front of each other, Yugao motioned them to start. Begin. Tamaki jumped backwards, bit her thumb, and made 5 hand seals, before slamming her hands on the floor. Summoning Jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, 2 cats wearing blue and red kimonos over a mesh armor appeared at Tamaki's side. Kagon visibly cringed. Are those cats? The Taki ninja asked, visibly scared. Ninja cats, Tamaki punctualized, as she put on 2 gauntlets with 3 long metallic claws each. Why, are you afraid of cats? No, it's not that, it's that, achoo, the Taki ninja violently sneezed. I can't stay near cats because, achoo. Tamaki couldn't help but chuckle. You're allergic to cats? Oh boy, this isn't your lucky day, is it? Tamaki-chan, what do you want us to do? The cat with the blue kimono asked. Tamaki's mouth formed a wicked grin. Denka, Hina tear him to shreds. The two cats nodded and suddenly disappeared. Kagon was assaulted by two red and blue blurs, which left multiple scars on his body, all while sneezing constantly, and trying to flail his arms aimlessly in a vain attempt to fend off his feline attackers. Leave me Acho. I can't, Acho. This is Acho. Time to end this. Tamaki rushed towards forward, her claws glowing with a blue light. Cross slash. Tamaki made two diagonal slashes from opposing angles, forming an X. Kagon managed to pull two kunai and block the attack, but the chakra released blew the tools out of his hands, and knocked him on his back. And now I surrender. Achoo. Just take those beasts away from me. Achoo. Kagon pleaded. Winner, Tamaki. Yugao declared. Good job, guys. Tamaki praised her cats while tossing each of them a tasty treat. It was a pleasure, Tamaki-chan, Hina replied as she bit her treat. Call us again when you need us, Denka said before both he and his sister disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Tamaki returned to her teammates, which congratulated her. From his seat a couple meters away, Shikamaru stared at her with incredulous eyes. A kunoichi who summons cats to combat fights against a guy who's allergic to cats. What are the chances? Shikamaru asked in disbelief. Yeah, it's like if I fought a ninja that fights with food. Choji added. I don't think such a ninja exists, Choji, Ino rolled her eyes. Still, it would be nice to fight against an opponent like that. I wish I had her luck. Meanwhile, Tamaki's defeated opponent returned to his team as well. I didn't know you were allergic to cats, Yoro told his teammate. And I'm not, Kagon replied in a whisper. But it was a believable way to lose. And you may better start thinking in a way to throw your match without raising suspicions. Alright, time to start the third match. Yugao announced as the screen started flashing names once again, until it chose two. And it was that moment that Shikamaru realized that he didn't have Tamaki's luck. His mouth formed a grimace upon seeing the names of the next match. Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Shikamaru groaned. Why'd it had to be her? As they both walked into the arena, or in Shikamaru's case, dragged himself, Asuma leaned towards his two other students. Do you know her? The bearded Jonin asked. We fought against her team during the second phase, Choji explained, and cringed upon remembering how. Her team is really strong. Well, except for that hooded guy with the painted face, Ino's eyes rested on Kankuro. He refused to use his jutsu so not to give us intel on him, so we don't know how strong he is. The girl has some monstrous wind jutsu that not even Shikamaru's fire jutsu were able to counter, Choji continued. So, luck didn't smile at Shikamaru. Still, he's an intelligent and resourceful kid. I'm sure he'll manage to overcome his opponent's superior strength, Asuma said. On the arena, Shikamaru and Temari were in front of each other, Temari smirking evilly, while Shikamaru had an apathetic expression. I'm glad that I got to fight you again. That way we can finish the fight we started at the ship, Temari spoke up. Since I hate to leave a job half done. Shikamaru snorted. Well, at least one of us is happy to be here. Don't worry. I know you're friends with Naruto, so I'll try not to hurt you, her smirk grew. Much. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Gee, thanks, now I feel much better. Ready? Yugao asked, looking at both of them. Begin. Temari wasted no time and unfolded her massive war fan and prepared to unleash her devastating wind jutsu. However, Shikamaru was faster and got into position to use his shadow imitation jutsu. Temari was forced to cancel her attack in order to jump and run away from Shikamaru's shadow. She zigzagged in hopes of slowing down the chasing shadow. Damn it, I have nowhere to run. Temari cursed inwardly as she started to search through her tool pouch for something that could help her. Come on, come on. There has to be something that can help me. Oh, yes, like this. Showing a triumphant smirk, Temari threw a smoke bomb at an intermediate point between herself and Shikamaru, and soon both of them were engulfed by a growing cloud of gray smoke. Unable to see his opponent, Shikamaru cancelled his jutsu. Your jutsu is useless if you can't see your opponent, isn't it? Temari said in a taunting manner. Maybe, but your wind jutsu will dispel all the smoke the moment you use them. You had a good idea, but you didn't think how it would affect you, Shikamaru retorted as he looked around for Temari's more than likely counterattack. Oh, I thought about it just right. Much to his shock, Temari appeared in front of him, her fan folded and raised over her head, ready to slam Shikamaru with it. This time, it was the lazy genius' turn to dodge and run away from Temari's melee attacks. The shadow and fire jutsu, your underdeveloped muscle sit doesn't take a genius to see that you're a mid-range specialist, aren't you? Temari asked while attacking ceaselessly. I was going to say the same thing about you, Shikamaru replied, while dodging a swing to his head. True, but I also trained in melee combat just in case, Temari smirked confidently. You don't have to swear it. Those mannish arms speak for themselves, Shikamaru pointed out. Just because my arms are strong doesn't mean they're mannish. Temari protested. Shikamaru pulled a pair of kunai and blocked the incoming fan. The blow was devastating, and the kunai flew out of his hands. That hit nearly cost him his forearms. Now that he had measured his opponent's strength, there was only one thing he could do. I give up, Shikamaru said as he raised a hand. A chorus of "what" and similar exclamations followed Shikamaru's statement. The loudest came from Ino. Temari asked, mildly confused. You do? Just like you said, I'm a ranged specialist. My jutsu work fine when fighting alongside my teammates, but they don't much when I'm alone. You clearly are the superior fighter, and I can't hope to defeat you, hence this is the best course of action, Shikamaru explained. Oh, come on. Temari protested. Are you sure you want to give up? Yugao asked Shikamaru, who nodded in return. If that's the case, then the winner of this match is Temari. In the stands, Kankuro cheered, while Gaara smiled a bit. Despite her victory, Temari didn't look as happy as one would expect. This is first match between a Konoha and non-Konoha ninja that is won by the latter. Thanks goodness it was somebody from our team, the puppeteer stated. That's not fair. Shikamaru's jutsu are to fight alongside others, not on his own. He's smart and talented enough to become Chunin, Choji complained. Maybe, but there are times in which a ninja will be alone and won't have any help, and being dependent on your team isn't good, Asuma replied. Besides, look at how easily he gave up, Kakashi noted. I don't think somebody who quits when things get difficult is ready to become Chunin. Maybe he should train to become a better solo fighter for the next exams. As Shikamaru and Temari returned to the stands, the screen once again started to flash the names of the possible next match. All 3 matches so far have been a boy versus a girl, and the girl always won. I'm glad to see that there are so many good kunoichi this year, even if some aren't from Konoha, Kurenai noted with a smile of satisfaction. Well, it seems that the winner of the next match will be a boy regardless of the outcome, Shizun pointed out. Everybody looked at the screen, and knew that this was going to be a fight worth watching, given the skill level of both combatants. Sasuke Uchiha vs Niji Hyuga, both prodigies, eyed each other before getting to the arena. Most Konoha genin were relieved that 2 of the most powerful competitors were going to fight each other, and at least only one of them would make it to the finals. The adults, however, thought pretty much the opposite. Come on Sasuke-kun, you can do it. Sakura cheered. Yeah, show everybody how awesome you are. Karen shouted as well. I wanted to fight against either of them, Lee pouted, while Tenten rolled her eyes. Nothing seems to go my way. Pity this fight didn't happen in the finals, Jiraya mentioned. A clash between these 2 would surely give Konoha plenty of publicity. Don't underestimate the rest of our genin, Jiraya, Tsunade replied. I'm sure that they will give quite the spectacle as well. Sasuke and Neji were in front of each other, both eagerly waiting for the proctor to start the match. They say that you are among the strongest genin in Konoha, Sasuke spoke up. Good. I wouldn't want to go to the finals because I had the luck to fight against a weakling in the prelims. Soon you will regret those words, Uchiha. And you will realize that luck had nothing to do with it, Neji replied. Ready? Alright then, begin. Yugao announced. As expected, the first thing both genin did was to activate their respective jujutsu before dashing at each other. Neji attacked relentlessly with quick palm strikes. However, Sasuke was able to match his speed and block or deflect all of Neji's hits before they could touch Sasuke, though not without some difficulty. Seeing that in close combat all what he could do is defend, Sasuke jumped backwards. Very few people are able to fight a Hyuga in hand-to-hand combat. Judging by your movements, you have experience fighting against a gentle fist practitioner? Neji asked. You could say that. And I know what the so-called gentle fist can do if you touch me, so that's not gonna happen, Sasuke remarked. Neji chuckled. I guess that you sparred against Hinata-sama then, the Hyuga genius concluded. But don't think that that gives you an edge over me. The skill gap between Hinata-sama and me is as wide as it can get. You can't hope to defeat a lion just because you fought against a cat. No, but fighting against Hinata allowed me to learn ways to fight your kind. Such as the fact that as close combat specialists, you have no way of attacking me from afar, a limitation I don't have. Sasuke's hands then flew through hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a massive fireball at his Hyuga opponent. But far from being intimidated, Neji just smirked, and in a display of impressive speed, jumped aside to dodge the fireball, while dashing at Sasuke until he was once again in close combat range. Neji managed to land 2 successful strikes which shut down some of Sasuke's tenketsu before the Uchiha jumped back and drew 2 kunai. Such arrogance, believing that you have figured me out, Neji replied, his smirk still present. Is it how you are, or is it a Uchiha trait? I believe to be the latter, otherwise, your clan wouldn't have been stupid enough to try to take over the whole village. Sasuke was doing a pretty good job keeping his cool and staying focused, and that comment pretty much ensured that it would no longer be the case. Then again, that might have been Neji's intention. Measure your words, Hyuga, before you say something you might regret, Sasuke coldly threatened, as his grip on his kunai tightened. Neji, however, was undaunted, and continued with his verbal beatdown. Or else what? Do you think you can intimidate me, Sasuke? Then again, it was the Uchiha who ever managed to make me experience true terror, so maybe I am underestimating you? I'm warning you, Sasuke started to grit his teeth. Meanwhile, in the stands, people were listening intently to the exchange between the two prodigies, wondering if Neji resented Sasuke or was there something more. What the hell is that brat doing? Tsunade asked. I believe he's trying to rile Sasuke up so he loses his focus and fights more recklessly, Jiraya deduced. I don't like it. Neji is playing a dangerous game. The fate of our clan is a touchy subject for Sasuke, Shursui commented, uneasy. He's underestimating Sasuke. I don't think I will ever forget about the events of that night. Fights left and right, the sound of metal clashing, the smell of burning wood and spilled blood, my clansmen dying, all while father and Hikari-sama tried to bring Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama and me to safety, and everywhere I looked, there were those red eyes glowing in the dark, Neji recounted. Where were you that night, Sasuke? Were you comfortably asleep in the safety of your home while your clansmen massacred mine, unaware of the blood that they were spilling? That did it. As Sasuke's restraint was completely obliterated, the youngest Uchiha launched himself at the Hyuga prodigy, who was already expecting him in the usual gentle fist stance, and a smirk on his face, all the while marveling at how easy it was to goad Sasuke. However, the Hyuga prodigy found that Sasuke's onslaught wasn't as easy to counter as he had expected. Sasuke's attacks were fast, and put a lot of strength in them, making them hard to block or parry. Still, Niji managed to find and capitalize an opening and stroke Sasuke in the chest with his palm. The Uchiha dropped his kunai, jumped backwards, and coughed some blood. Niji's smirk widened. "I can sense your killing intent. It's quite potent, might I add. But your desire to hurt me won't become a reality, just like your clan's desire to rule over Konoha." Sasuke let out a bone-chilling yell, and dashed at Niji once again. The Hyuga prodigy knew that the next time Sasuke made a mistake, it would be the end of the match. Sasuke threw his fist at Niji's face, the latter raising his palm to block it, and then his Byakugan revealed that Sasuke was somehow behind him. "What?" was all the confused Hyuga could say before Sasuke brutally kicked him in the back, making him fall into the floor face first. Before Niji could get up, Sasuke kicked him once again in the gut with such force that he was hurled mid-air. Upon getting up, Niji saw multiple shuriken flying at him. Despite his aching body, the Hyuga prodigy managed to nimbly dodge them. Unfortunately for him, Niji didn't notice that the shuriken had ninja wire attached to them. Sasuke pulled back the strings, and the shuriken flew in a circle around Niji, wrapping the wires around him, leaving him immobilized and with his arms pinned to his body. "Sasuke-kun's chakra is growing darker," Karen spoke up, as she held her hands together. "I don't like where this is going, calm down." Niji made Sasuke angry, but I'm sure that he'll be able to keep his anger in check, Shizune reassured. Or at least, that was what the black-haired medic Nin was hoping. "You want me to be bad? Fine. I'll show you how bad the Uchiha can be." Sasuke snarled as he made hand seals. "Fire release, Dragon Fire Jutsu." Sasuke breathed a stream of flames and used the strings to direct them at the immobilized Niji. At the last second, Niji managed to make enough force with his body to pull Sasuke and thus canceling his fire jutsu, loosening the wires and freeing his arms. Seeing this as his chance to counterattack, Niji dashed at Sasuke, ready to hit any part of his body with a palm strike. However, just like it happened before, Sasuke vanished and appeared behind him once again. "That's the body flicker." "How could you dash?" Niji quickly turned back, but did so in time to receive a painful fist to the lower jaw. Not giving Niji time to react, Sasuke continued his violent onslaught, throwing punches left and right that the battered Hyuga could barely avoid or block. Everybody in the stands winced. Lee and Tenten got more worried by the second, while Guy lost his ever-present cheerful smile, and was replaced by a serious and stoic mask. Hinata squeaked in horror, and she brought her hands to her mouth. "I never saw Sasuke-kun this angry and hate-filled before," Sakura mentioned, horror-stricken. "What's wrong, asshole? Afraid of the big, bad Uchiha?" Sasuke mockingly asked before finishing with a punch to the gut that knocked Niji on his back. Niji tried to say something, but all what came from his mouth was a pained grunt. Gathering what little energy he had left, the beaten Hyuga managed to get back on his feet. "Okay, I think I already saw enough," Yugao mentioned as she was about to declare Sasuke the winner. "What is it, do you still want more?" Sasuke snarled as he pulled out another pair of kunai. "Alright, I'm more than happy to oblige." "Sasuke, no, stop!" Shizune yelled. Sasuke then leaped at Niji, ready to stab his kunai into the Hyuga's flesh, but suddenly a gray blur crossed the arena and slammed Sasuke back into the ground. Upon realizing what happened, he saw an angry Shisui pinning him to the floor, while Yugao's sword was centimeters away from his eyes. "That's enough, Sasuke," Shisui calmly said. "Release me. He has to pay for what he said." Sasuke screamed as he squirmed, but Shisui's hold was too tight for him. "Why are you stopping me? Didn't you hear what he said about our clan?" "I did," Shisui replied. "But that doesn't deserve such a comeuppance. You already beat him, let it go. Doing this, you're only dishonoring our clan even further." Shisui then looked at Yugao. "End the match already." Yugao nodded, and sheathed her sword. Winner of the match, Sasuke Uchiha. Niji couldn't take it anymore and fell on his knees, before laying on the floor, completely still. Tenten and Lee quickly rushed to check him. "How is he?" Lee anxiously asked. "I don't know, both doesn't look good," Tenten replied as she stared at Niji's bloodied form. "Maybe I can be of help," a new voice said. Lee and Tenten realized that Karen was now with them. "Lift his head, please. Trust me, I'm a medic." Deciding to trust Karen, Lee and Tenten did as she instructed them. Karen rolled up her sleeve, and placed her forearm near Niji's mouth. "Bite my arm." Niji wondered what Karen wanted to do, but he didn't have any energy left to argue with her, and decided to obey. As he sank his teeth on her flesh, Niji felt a wave of chakra coursing through his body, restoring his energy, closing his wounds and erasing the pain. At least to some extent. After a few seconds, Niji was able to stand on his own. "Thank you," the Hyuga replied. "But why did you help me?" "The duty of a medic is to help the wounded. Though if you want, you can think of it as me trying to make up for Sasuke-kun's beating," Karen admitted a bit sheepishly. "Though I believe you should go with them, my ability only patched you up a little." The three genin of Team Guy turned back to see a couple of uniformed medic nin carrying a stretcher. Niji agreed, and left with the medic nin. Back at the stands, Sakura was also healing Sasuke from the wounds caused by Niji. While healing Sasuke is something she usually enjoyed, there was no joy this time around. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura spoke up. "Drop it, Sakura. Whatever you want to say or ask, just don't," Sasuke icily said before the Pinkette could finish. "Oh okay," Sakura stammered, and continued healing him until she finished. "Are you feeling better now?" "Yes," the Uchiha grumpily replied. "Thank you." Everybody soon remembered that the exam was still going on. The screen once again started to flash names, until it stopped after 30 seconds or so. Naruto Uzumaki vs Sakura Haruno. "Ah yes, finally, my turn." Naruto cheered, pumping his fists. "Good luck, Naruto-kun," Hinata said. "Sakura isn't the worst opponent you could fight against, but don't lower your guard, understood?" Kurenai warned him. "Don't worry. I have been developing a special jutsu that I'm sure will grant me victory," Naruto said as he headed towards the arena. Meanwhile, Shizune was also giving her student some pointers before the fight. "And don't let him fight you in a war of attrition. Naruto-kun has a monstrous stamina and chakra levels, and you will exhaust before he does," Shizune explained. "I know that you're smarter and have a better chakra control than him, so use that to your advantage." "Don't worry sensei, I will," Sakura replied before walking to the arena as well. Naruto and Sakura walked towards each other until there was only a small space between them, with Yugao on it. Both of them stared at each other, the fire of determination burning in their eyes. "Are you ready?" "Begin," Yugao announced. Naruto jumped backwards while made a hand seal that preceded his favorite jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos appeared from small clouds of smoke and rushed at Sakura and quickly surrounded her. The clones charged at her, and Sakura expertly dodged their attacks before dispelling them with her chakra-enhanced punches. The original Naruto, who wasn't part of the attack, analyzed the experience he received from his clones. "Damn, your super strength improved a lot," Naruto commented. "Fighting you in close combat is not an option then." "Wise decision," Sakura smiled in satisfaction. "I should thank you for showing me this technique. It fits like a glove with my excellent chakra control. I bet now you regret teaching this to me, don't you?" Naruto just smiled and shook his head. "Absolutely not. This only adds to the challenge. And if I can't beat you, then I don't deserve to advance any further." "Well said," Sakura then cracked her knuckles. "Then, it's my turn to attack." The Pinkette launched herself at Naruto, her fist already raised. Naruto knew that under any circumstances, he couldn't let Sakura to hit him not even once, or the match would be over. Sakura seemed to think that her enhanced strength would be enough to win the fight. Naruto decided to show her how wrong she was. The orange-clad ninja jumped backwards, and once again summoned more shadow clones. "Get her," the original commanded, and the clones charged once more. "Very smart, Naruto, wearing me down with your clones while you comfortably watch from the distance," Sakura said as she met the army of blondes. "But like hell if I'm going to let you do that." Sakura plowed through the clones, dispelling some, ignoring the rest, and going for the original. She gathered chakra in her arm. Naruto dumbly asked. "You're mine." Sakura sank her fist into Naruto's gut, who wheezed as the air was knocked out of his lungs. Sakura smirked triumphantly. And much to her confusion, Naruto smirked back at her. Then he poofed in a cloud of smoke. "What the hell?" Sakura asked in shock. She turned around and saw the rest of the Naruto clones. She guessed the original should be among them, charging at her, kunai in hand. Sakura pulled her own kunai and tried to parry the rain of slashes. What happened? Sakura saw the original Naruto creating and sending the clones, Sasuke commented. How could he trick her? Easy. Naruto used the body replacement jutsu with one of his clones. That way, if the original is in danger, he can just switch places with a clone and the enemy will be none the wiser, Shizune explained. Sasuke pondered her sensei's words. That combo wouldn't be very useful for a normal person, since even the ninja with the biggest chakra reserves couldn't create more than a few clones at a time. However, Naruto could create dozens and dozens. That meant that as long as Naruto had clones, he could avoid almost any kind of harm. Sakura will have a hard time countering that kind of defense, Karen mentioned. Don't underestimate your teammate, Karen. Sakura is a very resourceful girl, Shizune replied, confident in her words. Back to the fight, Sakura was fending off against the multiple Naruto clones, parrying their attacks and dispelling them when she had the chance, when she was left momentarily wide open and a Naruto clone stabbed his kunai on her shoulder. Echa, the clone shouted in triumph. And much to his shock, his kunai shattered, as if somehow the pinkette's skin was made of steel. The rest of the clones shared his shock. What the hell? Sakura smirked, grabbed the clone by the arm, and used it to beat the rest of the stupefied clones until only one was left behind, the original Naruto. What didn't tell me that you can use the chakra-enhanced strength to harden your skin? Because not even mom can do that. Naruto asked, still in awe. Sakura smiled. It's much easier than that, Naruto, and then, Sakura's peach-colored skin turned grayish-brown, while her pink hair turned a shade of dark silver. The name of the jutsu is Earth Release, Iron Skin. Usually you cast it beforehand, but I tweaked it a bit so it remains hidden and automatically triggers upon being hit. That way you can catch your opponents off guard, kinda like the body replacement. So you do have an impressive defense as well, Naruto replied. Of course. I'm a medic in training, and medics are among the first ones targeted in a fight. I need to have a way to protect myself that does not rely on an escort, Sakura explained. Interesting. And how long does that jutsu last? Naruto asked. Sakura smirked at him. Like hell I'm going to tell you. But then again, I'm not going to let you to drag out the fight for you to find it either. Well, good luck with that then. Naruto then formed 10 shadow clones. You have no way of stopping me from creating clones, and you will run out of chakra long before I do, and then you will only have your taijutsu, which no offense, isn't very impressive. Fortunately, Shizune-sensei taught me a jutsu that I can use to hit you and all your clones at once. Sakura made a hand seal and puffed her cheeks. Poison mist. Sakura exhaled a huge purple poisonous cloud, forcing Naruto and his clones to jump backwards and put some distance. He started making hand seals to one of his wind jutsu, when Sakura spoke up again. And if you're thinking in using your wind jutsu to dispel the poison, keep in mind that doing so may send the poison mist towards the people watching us, and you wouldn't want that, wouldn't you? Sakura replied. Naruto couldn't see her, but he knew she had a smug smile on her face. You thought of everything, didn't you? Naruto asked. Indeed I did. So you better give up now. The poison is not lethal, but it will inflict you great amounts of pain, Sakura explained. Give up? I don't know the meaning of those words, Naruto said with a confident grin. Besides, just because I can't use wind to dispel the poison cloud, it doesn't mean that I can't get rid of it. Really? How so? Sakura asked. Did Shizune-chan tell you that the poison she makes is extremely flammable? Naruto asked. Of course I do. It's a good way to get rid of it in a fast and easy way, as well as being used as a makeshift explosive, Sakura replied. But I know you don't have any fire jutsu. No, but I have explosive tags, Naruto stated. Sakura stared at him blankly. Shit. Naruto tossed a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it, and upon exploding, the purple cloud went up in flames. One of the clones used a light wind jutsu to dispel the ensuing smoke. And now, it's about time to end this, Naruto declared as he cracked his knuckles. Okay, maybe you neutralized my strategy, but we're still back at square one. With my iron skin, you have no way of inflicting any harm on me. Sakura said as she angrily pointed at Naruto. No, but I have a jutsu that will knock you out, one that your impressive defense won't protect you from. Naruto retorted. Sakura scoffed. Ha! If you had such an impressive jutsu all along, why didn't you use it before? Because I didn't think it would be necessary. And frankly, because I don't think you deserve to have this jutsu used on you. You're a nice girl. Most of the time, Naruto's words were laced with a feeling of regret. Are you implying I'm weak? Because I'm not. Come on Naruto, do your worst then. Sakura taunted him. Alright, didn't say I didn't warn you. Naruto dispelled his clones and charged at Sakura, who adopted a defensive fighting stance. I'm very sorry Sakura, I hope you don't hate me for doing this. Back in the stands, Tsunade was trying to figure out what kind of jutsu Naruto was talking about. Jiraya, what is Naruto talking about? Because so far I can only think in a jutsu that can pierce Sakura's defense, the slug Sannin commented. Did you? I know which one are you thinking of, and I can tell you that I didn't teach him yet, Jiraya replied. It has to be something Naruto came up on his own. By the way he talked, it doesn't seem to be anything short of an A-rank jutsu, Tsunade replied. Everybody shared Tsunade and Jiraya's curiosity about Naruto's fabled jutsu. Still, they were only a few seconds from finding out. Here it comes. Naruto said, forming a hand seal. Whatever it is, I am ready. However, Sakura wasn't ready for the power Naruto was about to unleash. The poor girl would never be ready. Uchiha Harem Jutsu. Wah! Multiple clouds of smoke appeared around Sakura, and when the smoke dispersed, the Pinkette found herself surrounded. But not surrounded by Naruto clones, at least not normal ones. These clones were transformed into Sasuke. Into a naked version of Sasuke, with only a wisp of smoke covering their crotches. The naked Sasukes were in a variety of sexy poses, some of them blowing kisses to the stunned Sakura. Hey there, beautiful, one of the Sasukes said in a very un-Sasuke-y way. Why don't you come to play with me, another one said in a very sultry voice. I'm all yours, another one said. Everybody else in the stands had different reactions to Naruto's ultimate jutsu. Most of the girls his age, including Ino, regardless of how much she would deny it later, were staring at the many naked Sasukes, drooling with blood coming from their noses. The boys and some adults cringed at the display. Many women, including Tsunade, Shizune and Kurenai felt a mixture of disappointment and unbridled rage. But it was nothing compared to the fury that Sasuke was feeling right now. Wherever Sakura looked, all she saw was naked Sasukes. She could barely move. She tried to close her eyes, but they didn't obey the brain's orders, since they were too busy eating the eye candy before them. Until Sakura couldn't take it anymore, and the high-pressure blood coming from her nose launched her into the air as if she was rocket, until she slammed into the very high ceiling, only to crash down into the floor. Yugao checked the pink-haired kunoichi. She was still alive and breathing, though unconscious. A lewd smile adorned her face. "A winner, Naruto Uzumaki," Yugao unenthusiastically declared. The naked Sasuke's disappeared, leaving only a smiling Naruto. "Yay!" Naruto cheered, pumping his fists. Upon returning to the stands, Naruto was congratulated by Hinata and Haku. Kurenai, however, didn't look as happy. "A well-earned victory, I must admit," Kurenai said in an icy tone. "But you and I need to have a talk about that last jutsu you used there." Far from being intimidated, Naruto just shrugged. "Hey, if a vision of a naked guy sends Sakura into such state, well, I wouldn't say she's ready to be a chunin, don't you think?" Kurenai pondered his words for a few seconds. "I guess that there's some truth to that. Still, I wish you used a more conventional way to defeat her. You won't be able to turn your enemy's libido against them all the time." I thought it was a good way to knock her out without harming her much. I mean, I could have summoned a toad, but I thought that was a bit overkill. Though would have done it if I had no other options," the blonde replied. Hinata started to wonder if she would have been able to resist a vision of a dozen naked Narutos around her, or if she would have the same reaction as Sakura. She would never know, and she realized that maybe it was for the best. After the medic Nin reanimated Sakura, the defeated Pinkette returned to the stands, saddened. "Well, there goes my chance of being chunin," Sakura said, letting out a sigh. "Don't be so glum. You did pretty good against Naruto. And you can always try again in 6 months, Shizune tried to cheer her up, though right now it was of little help. Once again, everybody directed their attention to the screen, names flashing at an imperceptible speed once again, until it stopped on 2 names. Choji Akimichi vs. Yoro. The Akimichi clan heir and the Taki ninja went into the arena. "Come on Choji, I know you can do it," Asuma told Choji with a genuine smile that Choji returned. "Damn it, how the hell I'm going to lose against this fat ass and make it look believable?" Yoro thought, while his mind raced through the possibilities. Once the 2 fighters were in front of each other, the match was ready to start. "Begin," Yugao announced, while making a chopping motion. Choji wasted no time and charged at his opponent while doing a hand seal. Partial multi-size jutsu. Choji's arms suddenly increased their size, and with his newly giant hands, tried to crush Yoro as if he was trying to kill a mosquito. Yoro, however, merely jumped to avoid the giant clap, and while in air, tossed a shuriken before doing several hand seals. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. The one shuriken turned into a dozen, and Choji instinctively covered himself with his giant arms. The shuriken embedded themselves into his arms, but at that size, they hurt as much as being poked with a needle. After wiping the shuriken away, Choji's arms returned back to normal. "Not bad, kid, not bad," Yoro complimented, as he smirked at Choji. Choji smirked back, or at least, tried to smirk. "That's only one of my clan's many secret jutsus. There's more when that came from. Why don't you show me, then?" "With pleasure." Choji made another hand seal. Multi-size jutsu. Mucho to Yoro's surprise, Choji's body bloated and inflated until turning into a human balloon with tiny arms and legs sticking from it. Then, the head and his limbs disappeared inside his clothes, as if Choji was a turtle, and the human boulder started to roll towards Yoro at an impressive speed. Human bullet tank. Yoro saw his opportunity and wasn't going to waste it. He made several hand seals. "That's not bad either, but that's not good enough." Water release, water gun. Yoro expelled a stream of water from his mouth against the human boulder, managing to slow it down considerably. Yoro knew that if he poured more chakra into the jutsu, he could push Choji back. So naturally, he started to subtract chakra from it, allowing Choji to gain speed and momentum until he finally slammed against the Taki ninja, violently hurling him backwards. Yuji! Everybody cringed at the thought of being steamrolled by such an attack. Yoro was now regretting his tactic. That jutsu was way more powerful than it appeared at first. At the very least, his defeat would be believable now. Gathering his strength, he managed to get back on his feet. "Proctor, I can't keep going," Yoro shouted, raising a hand. Choji apparently heard this as he cancelled his human bullet tank, and returned to his usual form. Since Yoro has forfeited, Choji is the winner of the match, Yugao declared. "All right." Choji cheered enthusiastically as he returned to the stands. As for Yoro, he was carried away by a couple of medic nin. Upon returning to his team, Choji was approached by his teammates. "You did it, Choji." Ino cheered, patting him on the shoulder. "Yeah, good one," Shikamaru added. "It's good to see that at the very least one of us will go to the finals. Make that 2. I have no intention of losing my match," Ino defensively replied. "I wasn't implying anything about you, Ino," Shikamaru just shook his head. "You know, given their age, those Takigakure ninjas are surprisingly weak," Haku commented. What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Well, let's say that when this round began, I wasn't betting on Tamaki-san and Choji-san making to the finals, given that of all the present ninja here, they have to be among the weakest," Haku explained. "Well, Tamaki-san had the luck of fighting an opponent who was allergic to her summons," Hinata piped in. "Too bad there are no people allergic to toads, or so I think," Naruto commented. "But then again, there would be no fun in winning like that." Sasuke overheard Team Kurenai's conversation. It seemed that the Taki ninja wouldn't be able to maintain their cover for much longer. It was a stroke of luck that Sasuke's team was the one keeping their secret. Karen would have noticed Yoro purposefully decreasing the power of his jutsu to let Choji win. Ino, being also a censor, would have noticed it as well, but she was just too happy for her teammates' victory to notice or care. "All right, so far so good," Jiraya said, pleased. "We had half the matches, and with the exception of that Tsunade girl, all the finalists are Konoha genin. And I'm sure that there will be more in the second half." "Well, there are still plenty of Konoha genin," Tsunade observed, and scanned the remaining competitors. "I'm glad that Naruto won, but it's a pity that he had to fight against Sakura. I want at least one of my medic students to make it to the finals. The world needs to see the value of our medic nin. I'm sure some of them will pass." "Sakura merely had bad luck," Jiraiya replied. Once again, the screen started to flash names, until it stopped and displayed the next 2 combatants. There was a collective gasp, followed by a deafening silence. Gaara's mouth curved into a smirk. "About time. I was getting tired of waiting." Everybody looked at the screen displaying the names of the next 2 combatants, many of them with their mouths agape. "Shino Aburame vs Gaara, oh man, that's all kinds of troublesome," Shikamaru commented. "Boy, poor Shino," Choji added. "Not even the 3 of us could beat that sand guy and he has to fight him on his own." All the eyes were on Shino, who as usual didn't openly display any kind of emotion. Then again, the bug-using ninja never saw Gaara in action, he merely heard about his exploits. "Good luck, pal," Kiba said, nudging the Aburame in the shoulder. "We'll be cheering for you," Tamaki added, smiling sympathetically at him. Both Shino and Gaara descended upon the arena and walked in front of each other. Yugao made sure that both genin were ready for the fight. "Begin," she shouted before making a chopping motion. Shino placed some distance between himself and his opponent, and spread his arms sideways. 2 swarms of Kikai bugs emerged from underneath his sleeves, eliciting quite a few yus from people at the stands, and commanded them to attack Gaara, who remained immobile, with his arms crossed. The deadly swarm of flying insects soon found itself slamming against a nearby impenetrable shield of sand. Shino mentally commanded the swarm to split into several groups, but a sand barrier would form whenever as massive bugs tried to get close to Gaara. Shino then pulled 3 kunai from his tool pouch and tossed them at the sand ninja. The results were the same. Whoa, that guy is untouchable. How the hell is Shino going to hit him? Naruto asked. He needs to find the weak point of that shield and exploit it, Kurenai replied. Does that sand barrier have a weak point? Haku skeptically asked. It looks like there's nothing that Shino can do to pierce it. Every jutsu has a weakness, Haku, never forget that, Kurenai pointed out. Hinata activated her Byakugan and analyzed Gaara's sand shield. It seems like the sand is imbued with chakra, but not in the way of the usual ninjutsu. It's a different chakra. That has to be the power of his tailed beast, Naruto concluded. Boy, poor Shino, he got one of the worst possible opponents. Gaara decided that he had already gave Shino enough time to attack, and thought it was time to end the match. He made a hand seal. Wind release, sand shuriken. Gaara shot several projectiles made of sand at an impossible high speeds. Shino managed to expertly dodge most of them, but some sliced his skin at several points. Unfortunately for the bug user, Gaara had just started. Making another hand seal, the sand formed 5 tentacles, and with another gesture, the hand appendages tried to lash or wrap themselves against Shino, forcing the Aburame into the defensive. Man, this is bad, Kiba noted, worried. Not only does that redhead have an impenetrable defense, but his sand also packs quite a punch. It's bad to say this, but I'm glad that I don't have to fight him. Don't lose hope, Shino is pretty strong, Tamaki interjected. I'm sure that he will think a way to dash, Proctor, I wish to forfeit, Shino calmly announced. There were a couple gasps, but given the power of Shino's opponent, nobody was surprised by such decision. Yugao looked at the Aburame. Are you sure? The purple-haired woman asked. I'm positive. There's no way I can win this fight, so it will be pointless to drag it out, Shino explained. Very well, she then motioned at Gaara. Winner of the fight, Gaara. As soon as Gaara was declared victor, all the sand returned to the gourd he carried on his back. The red-haired ninja walked towards Shino. You put a valiant effort. I don't remember any genin other than my siblings lasting this long against me, Gaara praised. Thank you. I'm afraid that my skill set was badly matched against yours. I believe some of my fellow Konoha genin would have given you a better fight, Shino replied. Maybe. I'm sure I'll find it soon. While Gaara and Shino returned to the stands, Jiraya and Tsunade were talking to each other once again. That brat is the kid you helped in Suna some years ago, am I right? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya nodded in return. Indeed. His power is nothing short of impressive. I'm afraid to think what would have become of him if I never fixed his seal. His asshole of a father wouldn't have been of much help either. I wonder how Naruto would have fared against him, Tsunade wondered. We might get to see that, given that they're both in the finals now, Jiraiya observed. Which means that I need to accelerate Naruto's training. After Gaara was congratulated by his teammates and Shino was comforted by his, all the eyes were once again in the screen flashing names. More than half of the genin there had already fought, so those who still hadn't were starting to grow antsy. The screen displayed the names of the next 2 combatants, Hinata Hyuga vs T. Your turn, Hinata. Go and kick some ass. Naruto cheered. Alright. The white-eyed girl nodded, before heading to the arena. Interesting. Hinata was kidnapped by Kumo ninja when she was a toddler, and she has to now fight against another ninja of that village. What are the chances? Kurenai wondered. Meanwhile, T was also getting prepared for her upcoming match. You better not lose like this moron did, you get that? Karui told her female teammate in a not-so-friendly way. Yes. Don't worry, I have this under control, she assured. T is gonna put on an impressive show, all who watches will have their heads blown. As she fights in front of a crowd, she will make her village feel proud. Killer Bee rapped while waving his hands wildly. Thank you, sensei, I'll do my best. The blonde girl replied before going to the arena. Once the two kunoichi were in front of each other, Yugao made sure they were ready to fight. Begin. Both girls adopted a fighting stance, and in Hinata's case, activated her Byakugan, and after a few seconds of eyeing each other, Hinata took the initiative and dashed at her, ready to deliver a palm strike to her chest. T blocked Hinata's attack by grabbing her by the wrist with one hand as she tried to stab the Hyuga with the other, but Hinata grabbed T's other wrist as well. After struggling for a bit, both girls broke from each other's grasp and jumped backwards. You're good. I wouldn't expect a foreign ninja knowing the proper way to block the gentle fist, Hinata praised. I did my homework, T smiled at her. You're good too, not to mention pretty. Hinata was taken aback. P pretty? Sure. Short hair doesn't look good in most girls, but you managed to pull it off, T began. Plus you have a really soft skin. You have to tell me what you use to dash, goddamit T, stop flirting with the enemy. Karui bellowed from the stands. Focus. Alright. Sorry Karui. T fearfully apologized as she grew more serious. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, but I'll have to harm that cute face of yours. Hinata-chan? Cute face? Flirting? Hinata wondered to herself. Is this girl? T flew through several hand seals. Lightning release, lightning flash. Suddenly, T's body started to glow with an extremely white bright light, illuminating the entire place. Everybody instinctively shielded their eyes, since it was almost like looking directly into the sun. And in Hinata's case, the Byakugan made it even worse. Arg! My eyes, she yelled as she brought her hands to her eyes and deactivated her Byakugan. T smirked, having obtained the desired effect, and pulled a bunch of kunai from her tool pouch and tossed them all at the blinded Hyuga. However, Hinata's eyesight returned earlier than T had expected, and pulling her own kunai, she used it to deflect the flying knives aside with a series of swings while she slowly stepped back. She's a ranged fighter. If I have to win this, I can't let her to stay away from me. I need to get closer. Hinata thought. The Hyuga launched herself at the Kyumo Kunoichi, ready to hit her with a palm strike. However, rather trying to grab her like she did before, T made several hand seals while jumping back. Lightning release, thunder shield. T's whole body crackled with electricity as blue sparks ran through her body. Hinata didn't have her Byakugan activated, but she realized that whatever that was, it wouldn't be wise to touch her and cancelled her attack. You stopped, T stated. Even without my Byakugan, I know that you created some sort of protection around you that will harm me if I touch you, am I right? Hinata asked. T smirked at her. It seems that you're more than just a pretty face. Yeah, you nailed it. As you probably guessed now, I'm not very comfortable in close combat. Omoi and Karui take care of that. I'm the team medic and ranged specialist. That's why I learned this kind of jutsu in case I can't rely on them to protect me. You thought about everything. You're a very dedicated kunoichi, Hinata praised. Ah, thanks. It's nice to see somebody recognizing my skill, T replied, while glancing at Karui, who scoffed. Though sadly for you, that shield won't do much good in the long run, Hinata commented while she made several hand seals. T smirked once again. You think so? Okay, come and try to test my shield's effectiveness yourself. I plan to. Hinata said before launching at T once more. T watched Hinata readying another palm strike. She chuckled. Do you think you can overpower my shield with brute FO dash? But much to her shock, that's exactly what happened. Hinata struck the Kyumo Kunoichi in the abdomen, causing her to bend over. Hinata landed another hit on her jaw, sending her backwards. What? Karui asked, incredulous. All right. Show her who's boss, Hinata. Naruto cheered. Hinata couldn't help but blush a bit upon hearing her blonde teammate's encouraging words. Still, she forced herself to push Naruto out of her mind and focus solely on the recovering T, who was rubbing her jaw, her shield no longer active. How could you? T asked, incredulous. Then, she noticed something about Hinata's hands. They were also crackling with electricity. What? You're a lightning user too? But Hyugas don't use ninjutsu. Hinata just shrugged. I'm not your typical Hyuga, her Byakugan activated once again. And I'm sorry, but I have to end this now. T panicked as Hinata approached her and tried to make the hand seals of her blinding jutsu, but she wasn't fast enough. Lightning release, lightning dash, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Hinata guessed that the weaker version of her clan's signature combo would be enough to deal with her, and her assumptions turned out to be correct. After her attack was over, T laid on the floor, bruised and unable to move, but still alive nonetheless. Yugao went to check the fallen Kyumo Kunoichi, and upon seeing her state, she took a decision. T can no longer fight. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata sighed in relief. Karui groaned, but her groans were drowned by Naruto's loud cheers. A couple medic nin arrived to take T away, while Hinata returned to the stands with her team. Way to go, Hinata. Naruto pat her on the back. I knew you could do it. Hinata's cheeks slightly turned pink. T, thank you. She was a really strong opponent. And if her words are to be believed, she wasn't even an actual fighter, Kurenai added. Kyumo is usually very rigorous with the training of their ninjas. Well, that dude Tenten beat didn't look strong, Naruto pointed out. Because he was a close combat specialist, one of the best opponents Tenten could have faced. If Tenten had faced a long-range specialist, like say, that Suna Kunoichi, I don't think she would have risen victorious, Kurenai explained. Naruto nodded, then turned at Haku. Alright Haku, only you're left. Be sure to win, we can't go into the finals without you. Haku smiled at Naruto. Don't worry, I don't plan on losing. There are very few genin left. Maybe Haku-kun will be the next one to fight, Hinata said, noticing that the screen was shuffling names once again. However, it wouldn't be Haku's turn just yet. Kiba Inazuka vs Karen Uzumaki, alright, finally my turn. Kiba cheered as he jumped into the arena. Come on Akamaru, we got lucky we got such an easy opponent. What the hell is that supposed to mean? An enraged Karen asked. Kakashi sighed. I thought that I had taught Kiba not to underestimate any opponent. Guess that I need to work more on that. The copy ninja thought. Don't let him get to you, Shizen advised her. Now, Inazukas usually rely in moving fast and hitting hard, so if you keep track of him you shouldn't have any problems. Don't let that dog blindside you either. Karen nodded. Don't worry sensei, I'll make you proud. Kiba and Karen walked to the center of the arena. Once Yugao checked they were ready, she announced the beginning of the fight. Begin. Both combatants wasted no time and made a hand seal with both hands. Beast Mimicry Art, 4 Legs Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kiba stood in all fours like an animal. There was a thin veil of chakra flickering all over his body. His fangs and fingernails grew a little, but enough to give him an animal-like appearance. Meanwhile, 4 clones appeared alongside Karen. You idiot, you think that impresses me? You only gave me more targets to hit. Come on Akamaru. Kiba shouted before charging at Karen, his loyal dog rushing behind. Karen and her clones pulled out a kunai each, and got ready for the fight. They all noticed Kiba reaching into his tool pouch and pulled something the redheads weren't able to see. Take that. Kiba shouted while tossing the items at Karen's feet, which exploded in a cloud of smoke. Smoke bombs? Karen thought. By focusing their chakra on their noses, members of the Inuzuka clan could develop a sense of smell so fine it was almost as good as their canine companions. This allowed them track their enemies by their smell, usually in places with no or very little light. So naturally, the logical way of using this advantage is to create a situation of blindness for both combatants. With the enemy blinded, the Inuzukas could move for the kill. Sure, they could be heard, but that could be easily fixed with stealth. Unfortunately for Kiba, he did forget that he was fighting an enemy that had another sense that could use to replace eyesight. When Kiba and Akamaru moved to hit Karen, or one of her clones, all of them smelled the same. Their attacks were expertly blocked, much to their shock, and in turn were kicked out of the smoke cloud, which dissipated on its own a few seconds later. What? How were you able to see me? Kiba asked, outraged, as he stood up. I'm a sensor, you moron. I can pinpoint your location at all times, so trying to blind me is useless, Karen replied. Alright then. I didn't want to resort to this so soon, but I need to win this. Kiba pulled another object from his tool pouch, something very small, and tossed it at Akamaru, whose white fur turned red. The hell? Karen asked. Did you feed your dog a soldier pill? Indeed I did. Kiba then ate another pill himself. Now the real fight begins. Come on Akamaru. Kiba hunched over and made a hand seal, and the now red Akamaru jumped at his back. Beast mimicry art, beast human clone. After a smoke explosion, everybody saw that Akamaru had turned into a perfect copy of Kiba. Karen was unimpressed. You know I still can tell which is which, right? Karen asked, as she adjusted her glasses. Human chakra and animal chakra couldn't be more different. Though in your case, just barely. HMPF. You must think I'm trying to trick you, Kiba retorted. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Kiba and his human-turned dog dashed at Karen once again. The redhead and her clones adopted a defensive stance, though neither of them were ready for what was about to happen. Fong passing Fong. Kiba and Akamaru turned into living drills, flying at Karen at high speed. The clones instinctively went to meet them in combat. All of them poofed the moment the spinning Inuzuka and his dog made contact with them. But the attack didn't end there. Once Karen's clones were destroyed, Kiba and Akamaru went for the real Karen, who could barely dodge the fierce attacks. Damn it, why the hell did I have to underestimate the mutt? Karen cursed inwardly. Come on Karen, think. There has to be some weak point too, I know. After dodging an attack, Karen's hand reached her tool pouch, and echoing Kiba's actions from before, she pulled out a few smoke bombs and threw them the moment Kiba and Akamaru dashed at her, spinning once again. While Kiba had an amazing sense of smell, it's too hard, not to say impossible, to use it when you're rotating at high speed inside a cloud of smoke. Disoriented, Kiba and Akamaru were forced to stop. You have quick mind, but you're only delaying the inevitable, Kiba taunted. You think so? Karen asked back. Yes. You can't avoid me forever. I'm faster and stronger than you, and you will run out of smoke bombs. Then you have nowhere to hide, Kiba replied. Karen chuckled. Oh, you'll see that I have an excellent hiding spot, Karen retorted back. Kiba was about to say something when the smoke started to dissipate, revealing Karen's figure. Kiba was about to attack, when much to his shock, he realized that Karen was holding him prisoner, or better said, the transformed Akamaru, wrapped with some strange chains that came from Karen's back. The spectacled redhead was holding a kunai to his neck. A lot of people think that being a sensor is only good for looking missing people, and tend to ignore the many uses it has for battle. Such as locating enemies inside a cloud of smoke. Karen smirked at Kiba, while she pressed a kunai against Akamaru's neck, drawing some blood. Now you have to ask yourself, what's more important to you, becoming a chunin, or your doggy? Kiba was left speechless for a few seconds, as his brain thought possible ways to rescue his four-legged best friend. But he was alone, without any kind of support, and he couldn't surprise Karen. He gritted his teeth, while cursing something inaudible. "Okay, you win," Kiba admitted, sighing. He looked at Yugao. "Protker, I wish to forfeit." Yugao nodded. "Very well. The winner of this match is Karen Uzumaki." Karen released Akamaru, who reverted back into a dog, and walked to Kiba, whimpering in guilt. "Hey, don't feel bad for that," Kiba reassured as he scratched the dog's ear. "It can happen to anybody. We just got overconfident, that's all. Next time we will do better." Akamaru let out a weak bark as an apology. After that, both winner and loser returned to the stands. "I won, I won, I won, I won, I won." Karen cheered, bouncing up and down upon returning to her team. "Good job, Karen. I knew you could win," Shizun praised her as she gave her a pat on her shoulder. "We know, we saw it," Sakura rolled her eyes. "You only say that because you're jealous you can't be as great as I am." Karen childishly stuck her tongue at Sakura, then she turned at Sasuke. "Did you see that, Sasuke-kun?" Sasuke sighed. "Didn't you hear Sakura? We were actually watching." This time, it was Sakura who stuck her tongue at Karen. "Man, I'm so glad that Karen Nichin won," Naruto told his teammates. "Uzumaki clan for the win." Once again, the screen started to flash names at an imperceptible speed. Only 6 people remained, all of them were looking intently at the screen until it stopped, this time much quicker than before. "Ino Yamanaka vs Karui, about time," Ino said as she headed towards the arena. "Good luck, Ino," Choji told her. "What he said," Shikamaru added. "Ugh, I can't afford to lose," Karui said as she eyed her opponent. "If none of us make it to the final round, Raikage-sama will flay us alive. Thank goodness my rival doesn't look too though. I wouldn't get too confident. Maybe she's pretending to be weak to make you lower your guard," Omoi began. "And she has some sort of super devastating bloodline limit that didn't show yet because she didn't want to draw attention, and then lots of villages will go after her for dash, don't be such a fool, or I'll crack your skull. Karui's not gonna lose, her foe doesn't confuse, and she can even brag, since the match is on the bag." Killer Bee interrupted Omoi with one of his raps. "Thank you, sensei. Unlike those two, I won't lose," Karui firmly stated. Once the two kunoichi were in front of each other, the proctor checked they were also ready to fight. She made a chopping hand motion. "Begin." Karui wasted no time, and like her male teammate, the first thing she did was unsheath her katana and charge at Ino. Ino smirked and pulled something out of her tool pouch. Karui saw it was a smoke bomb. She couldn't stop the blonde from using it. The redhead was forced to stop as she lost track of her enemy. Unfortunately for her, Ino was completely aware of where she was. Mind Scream Jutsu. Karui felt as if 100 voices screamed at the top of their lungs into her ears. She dropped her katana as her hands instinctively covered her ears in pain, while she stumbled back. The smoke dispelled shortly afterwards. "My Mind Scream Jutsu doesn't have much range, but it's pretty effective, don't you think?" Ino asked, her mouth forming a smirk. "And it serves its purpose of keeping you far away from me. Judging by your katana, you're a melee type, aren't you? And I guess that you're a long-range ninjutsu specialist," Karui replied back. "Smart. Very smart. But like my teammate T demonstrated before, we train to eliminate our weaknesses," she said as she pulled out a couple shuriken. "Oh, you know how to use shuriken, that changes everything." Ino replied in mock terror as she shook her hands in a theatrical way. "Now I'm going to give you a reason to be afraid for real. Lightning release, shuriken lightning transmission." The Kumo Kunoichi infused her shuriken with lightning chakra and tossed them forward in a wide angle, creating a lightning chain between the two of them. If you think I'm afraid of that, think again. Ino shouted before nimbly jumping over the lightning chain, landing on her feet. That's the best you have? Karui smirked. Not even close. This time, Karui tossed a dozen shuriken, all of them forming lighting chains with each other, creating what could be described as an electric spider web. An electric spider web that was flying at Ino. The Yamanaka heiress only had a couple seconds to choose which gap she could use to avoid the attack. She jumped through the gap she thought was the biggest, but miscalculated the jump and her leg grazed a lightning chain, electrocuting her. Fortunately for Ino, the shock was painful but not powerful enough to knock her out. She only needed to shake the numbness of her body and get back to her feet as soon as possible. However, when she was trying to do that, Karui had already picked back her katana and rushed at Ino. She kicked the blonde, knocking her back on her back. Wasting no time, Karui planted a foot on Ino's chest, and pointed her katana at her face. "Say it," Karui ordered. Ino cursed inwardly. She knew that there was nothing she could do. "Fine. I give up." "Winner of the match, Karui," Yugao announced. Her victory already secured, Karui sheathed her katana, and helped Ino on her feet. It was a nice match. "You fought with fierceness and courage," Karui told Ino. Ino merely sighed. "Thanks, but guess it wasn't enough to win. Keep training, and I'm sure that you'll make it far. There will always be more exams in the future." Both girls returned to her teams, one being comforted for her loss and the other congratulated for her win. After that, everybody else turned again to the screen, which flashed the 4 remaining names for a few seconds before showing the second to last, and by elimination, the last as well, preliminary match. Kankuro vs. Fu. About time, Kankuro scoffed as he headed down to the arena. "Yay, my turn," Fu happily chirped as she flew down to the arena. "So that means that I will fight against Rock Lee for the last match," Haku concluded. "Too bad I have to fight against one of the few Konoha genin that I know almost nothing about. From what Niji and I-san told me, Lee-san can't use ninjutsu nor genjutsu for some reason, and he uses exclusively taijutsu," Hinata informed the ice ninja. "Which means that as long as you keep the distance between the two of you, you should be fine," Naruto added. "Easier said than done." "Lee-san looks like a though opponent," Haku replied while looking at Lee, who in turn had all his attention focused on the second to last fight. "You know, I'm kind of interested in Kankuro," Naruto mentioned. "He was training to be a ninja puppeteer. I want to see how they fight." Once both fighters were ready, Yugao signaled they could start. "Begin." Kankuro wasted no time and unslung the wrapped package at his back, and unwrapped it as well, revealing his puppet, a 3-eyed, 4-armed humanoid with jagged teeth and spiky brown hairstyle protruding from the top of its head and framing the sides, its body covered by a dull brown ragged cloak. "Now, everybody will see the power of the ninja puppeteers of Suna. Behold Karasu, my first puppet." Kankuro boasted as he created several chakra threads from his fingers and latched them to the puppet. "Now, let's begin." Kankuro made a hand motion, and Karasu opened its mouth and fired a barrage of senbon at the green-haired girl. Wings sprouted once again from Fu's hips and flew high into the air to avoid being hit. Kankuro smirked. "Do you think you can escape my puppet?" "There's no escape from Karasu," Kankuro shouted while motioning his arms upwards. Karasu elevated in mid-air and dived at the flying Fu, who flew back while making a few hand seals. "Actually, I believe I can hide," Fu replied, never losing her smile. "Hiding in scale powder jutsu." Fu exhaled shiny powder from her mouth, forming a bright, sparkly cloud that blinded everybody who looked at it. Kankuro instinctively shielded his eyes, which incidentally made Karasu move in a random direction, getting out of the way and leaving an opening for Fu to attack. "Gotcha!" The Taki Kunoichi shouted as she dived at Kankuro, "Takigakure whirlwind." Fu's fist connected Kankuro's face, making a sickening crunch, causing those who heard it to wince. Fu, however, was a bit confused. When she hit Kankuro, she didn't feel as if she hit flesh, skin and bone, but a much harder material, like wood. And to further her confusion, Kankuro's face started to peel and fall off, revealing Karasu. She asked dumbly. Huh. It's me who's got you. Kankuro said from behind. With a few finger motions, Kankuro made Karasu to trap Fu with a forearmed hug. Now surrender, or my puppet will crush you to death. You're a funny guy, Fu replied, unable to look Kankuro in the eyes. I never seen a ninja who uses such contraptions to fight. Yeah, whatever. Do you surrender or not? Nah, I don't think so, Fu nonchalantly replied as she broke from Karasu's deathly embrace, blowing all 4 arms away from the main body. Whoa! Kankuro shouted, shocked. Not even the adults were strong enough to break Karasu's tight grip. What the hell do they feed you, girl? Sorry for breaking your toy, by the way, Fu replied. Her apology seemed genuine. It looks expensive. It is. But it's not a toy, and it's not broken. Now behold, and with more hand motions, Kankuro reattached the 4 arms to the main body. Good as new. No matter how hard you hit it, you won't be able to break my puppet. I'm starting to like your puppet more and more, Fu mentioned, clearly intrigued. Do you mind if I borrow it? Ha! Like hell, I'll give this work of art to anybody that what the hell. Kankuro yelled in shock. Much to his horror, Fu had created chakra threads from her fingertips and attached them to Karasu as well. You can use chakra threads too? Fu shrugged. Yeah. Can't everybody? She asked. Both Fu and Kankuro started to wrestle with their chakra threads for a few seconds, until Fu managed to overpower Kankuro and snatch Karasu from his grasp. Hey, give me back Karasu, you thief. Now your toy is mine. She childishly shouted, before making some hand motions in order to make Karasu attack, but all she did was make the puppet to move around in an erratic pattern while waving all 4 arms wildly. It looked as if the puppet was having a seizure. Boy, this is much harder than it looks. Of course it is. It takes years of practice to learn to control a single puppet. Now give me back Karasu. Kankuro angrily repeated as he charged at Fu. Oh well. I thought it would be fun to use this to defeat you, but guess that I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Fu dispelled the chakra threads, releasing Karasu, as wings sprouted from her hips, and flew at Kankuro, her right fist reared back. Kankuro, who was charging at Fu as well, didn't have time to react or use the body replacement as the green-haired girl's fist connected with his left eye, hurling him spinning backwards, making a loud thud upon falling. Ugh, Kankuro groaned, dizzy. After a few seconds, he managed to stand up, but after a hit like that, there was nothing much he could do. Proctor, I wish to forfeit, all right. Winner of the match, Fu. Yugao declared. Fu cheered loudly, while a couple medic nin carried Kankuro away. Well, maybe he lost, but his puppet was pretty impressive, Naruto commented, as he saw the Suna ninja being taken away. Plus he had the bad luck to fight against somebody who happened to know how to use chakra threads, not to mention being insanely strong, Haku mentioned. Seriously, where does she hide the muscle? Because that didn't look like Tsunade-sama's super strength technique. You can worry about that later, Haku. Now you have a match to win, Kurenai reminded him. The giant screen displayed the names of the last 2 remaining genin. Rock Lee vs Haku Yuki. I can't believe it took this long so I could fight. Lee enthusiastically shouted. Wosh. If they made me wait any longer, my flames of youth would have burned me on the inside. If it makes you feel better, think that they left the best for the last. Guy replied just as excitedly. Now go there and make me feel proud. Lee nodded, and jumped into the arena. And I won't make only you proud, sensei. I'll be sure to impress Sakura-san with my youthful and powerful moves. Lee thought while casting a glance at the pinkette. Haku got there at a much calmer pace. He looked at his team, who smiled at him, and in Naruto's case, gave him a thumbs up, then he looked at Lee's team, or better said, as the sole female member. I better be careful not to hurt Lee much. Tenten-chan wouldn't appreciate me injuring her teammate. He then shook his head. What the hell I'm thinking? I don't even know how strong Lee is to think that. And I should focus on winning this. Zabuza-sama is watching me as well, besides Yugao-san. I can't disappoint them. Are you ready? Yugao asked the genin. Both nodded in return. In that case, let the last preliminary match begin. Lee wasted no time and dashed at Haku, his fist already reared back. In less than a second, he was already in close combat range, and the green-clad genin punched Haku in the face. However, Haku expertly deflected his fist with a light tap to the wrist, and dashed past him as he pulled something from between his kimono. Lee turned around and saw a growing puddle of water forming at Haku's feet. Lee could see that the water was coming from a ceiling scroll. He deduced Haku would use that water for his jutsu. You're fast. There are very few genin that are able to match my speed, Lee commented. Thanks. For ninja who aren't physically strong like myself, building up speed is essential, Haku replied. Some would say that admitting to have a subpar physical endurance was foolish, but in this case, it didn't matter. It's not that Lee wouldn't do anything different. And you used the window of opportunity to summon that water. Lee wasn't deterred in the slightest. Alright, let's see what's stronger, your ice, or my flames of youth. Haku smiled, and started making hand seals at an almost imperceptible rate. As you wish, Lee-san. Water release, water clone jutsu. The water from the puddle started to rise and take the shape of three vaguely humanoid figures that quickly turned into exact replicas of Haku. The four of them scattered across the arena. Nice trick, but I know which one of you is the real one. Lee declared as he dashed at one of the Hakus and jumped at him. Konoha Whirlwind. However, the moment Lee kicked Haku, the ice ninja burst into an explosion of water that completely soaked the green-clad genin. After a moment of confusion, Lee realized what happened. I see. You used body replacement with one of your clones, just like Naruto-kun did. Haku shrugged. We're teammates after all. The three Hakus then pulled several Sanban each and started to pelt Lee with them. The green-clad ninja managed to dodge most, but some were embedded on his flesh, causing some pain even if they didn't cause much damage. Lee managed to reach to another Haku, and delivered a punch to his face, once again making it turn into water, soaking Lee once more. Haku and his remaining clone decided to dash at Lee from opposing sides before he destroyed the last clone. Still, Lee managed to block both attacks, and in a display of insane speed, punched the real Haku back and destroyed the last clone, who soaked Lee even further. Fighting your clones was a worthy challenge, but I think that this ends now, Lee said as he prepared to attack the real Haku. I couldn't agree more, Haku replied as he made a hand seal. Lee charged at Haku, but realized that he wasn't moving as fast as he should. He was also cold, very cold. Ice was growing all over his body, slowing him down and trapping him inside a block of ice. You probably thought that some water wouldn't hurt you, and didn't care about being soaked when you destroyed my clones, Haku stated as he walked towards the frozen Lee, whose head was the only part of his body not encased in ice. Surrender, you lost. Surrender so soon? That would be mostly unyouthful. Lee replied, as he tried to struggle. There's no way for you to break that ice. Only a Jonin-level ninja could. It's impossible to break free. Lee smirked confidently at Haku. It wasn't a smirk of smugness, but the joy of taking a worthy challenge. Impossible only means that it hasn't been done yet. Lee then started to glow with a green light, as the ice encasing him started to tremble. Even if he wasn't a sensor, Haku noticed that Lee's chakra levels were dramatically increasing. The ice block started to crack. No. It can't be. Gate of opening, open. The ice block trapping Lee shattered in a million pieces, releasing the green-clad ninja, who was smiling confidently. Back in the stands, Lee's display didn't go unnoticed to the more veteran ninja watching. Guy? Did you teach Lee to open the celestial gates? Kakashi asked the green-clad jonin with an air of incredulity. Indeed I did, my rival. Guy replied, excited as ever, especially now that he managed to surprise the copy ninja, something of a rare feat but had something extremely dangerous to teach a mere genin. Kakashi protested. I couldn't agree more, but Lee is more than capable of handling the backlash of the gates, and he knows its limits and which situation should he use them. Guy explained. Kurenai, who heard the conversation, was worried. If that kid is able to use the celestial gates, then Haku is in trouble. Naruto and Hinata noticed their Jonin-sensei's reaction, and decided that they should get some answers. Kurenai-sensei, what are those celestial gates Kakashi-sensei and Bushy-brow-sensei talked about? Naruto asked. As you probably learned in the academy, our chakra system has 8 spots that act as dams that regulate the chakra that flows through our body, Kurenai began. However, there is a way to temporarily open those dams, increasing the chakra flowing through the body. This has a multitude of positive side effects, such as increased strength, speed and power. But it has a downside, doesn't it? Hinata guessed. Kurenai nodded at her. Yes. This power boost is temporary, and when it ends, there's a massive backlash that damages your body, which becomes worse the more gates you open. In some cases, the damage might be irreversible. And if you open all 8 gates, while it will give you the power of a god, you'll die shortly afterwards. Naruto and Hinata pondered their sensei's words. Now they both also shared her worry for the ice ninja. Guy-sensei, how many gates can Lee-san open? Hinata asked. I'm glad you asked. Lee can open up to 5 gates already. Quite a feat, don't you think so? Guy stated proudly. While most genin didn't know if that was a lot or not, all the jonin visibly choked. Kurenai looked as if she was going to have a heart attack. Haku. The genjutsu mistress yelled. You can't let him open more gates. You have to finish this as soon as possible. Don't be afraid, Kurenai. Lee knows that this match isn't a matter of life or death. He won't risk neither his rivals nor his own safety opening more gates than necessary. Guy interceded. However, his words did little to soothe Kurenai. That was a nice warm-up. Let's fight for real. Lee shouted as he dashed at Haku, fist raised ready to strike. Haku managed to dodge the attack and Lee punched the floor, making the whole instance tremble. Haku gulped, uneasy. His strength and speed increased dramatically. If I let him hit me, then it's over, the ice ninja thought as he started to think possible strategies to counter Lee's massive power boost. For the most part, Haku tried to run away from Lee, trying to stall for time. He either dodged or redirected Lee's vicious punches and kicks, but never blocked them. If he tried to block them, it would be over. Are you trying to see which one of us gets tired first? Lee asked, not slowing down on his assault. Very well, I accept your challenge. Damn it, this doesn't look good. Haku continued dodging hits, but he was starting to run out of breath. Suddenly, an idea formed in his brain. I believe this could work. Haku thought, and made a single-hand seal. Hiden Mist Jutsu. In a few seconds, a thick cloud covered the battlefield. Lee lost track of his opponent and was forced to stop his attack. In the stands, Kurenai visibly sighed. Good job, kid. That might give you some time to recover, and maybe even you can catch him off guard, the red-eyed jonin thought. Meanwhile, inside the fog, both combatants were planning their next move. This jutsu is easy to learn and cast. But without silent killing, it's nowhere near as useful as it could be. My stealth isn't near as good as Zabuza-sama's, but I think it will be enough for this opponent. Or so I hope. Haku-san forced me on the defensive. He'll try to ambush me any time. If I know where the attack comes from before I give him time to move, victory will be mine. A whistle alerted the green-clad genin, who caught in his hand a trio of senbon a second before they embedded on his neck, and tossed them away. Lee immediately dashed towards where the senbon came from, but Haku had already moved. Again, the whistle of senbon flying alerted Lee. This time, he pulled out a kunai and parried them, while running towards Haku's location. The ice ninja moved already, but this time Lee heard the sound of his steps. An idea formed in his mind. When a new barrage of senbon came, Lee countered it by tossing several kunai in the opposite direction, which stopped the much lighter weapons and continued flying at Haku. Paying attention to the sound, Lee dashed at the same place Haku was running to and, Konoha Whirlwind. Lee's flying kick impacted Haku in the torso, sending the ice ninja flying backwards, spinning mid-air. The mist dispelled almost instantly. "Oh man, that doesn't look good for Haku," Naruto muttered. "Have faith in him, Naruto." "Haku hasn't played all his cards yet," Kurenai told the blonde, who looked at her a bit puzzled. "Your tactics are clever, and your skill is worth admiring, Haku-san," Lee said as he walked towards Haku, who tried to stand on his feet as fast as he could. "I feel the fight is already over, but if you wish to continue, I won't deter you." "Yeah, I'm not going to surrender yet," Haku said as he clutched the pained sides of his torso. "At least not until I tried everything." "Very well. Opponents who fight until the very end are the ones I like to fight the most. Your flames of youth burn bright as well, even if not as much as mine." Lee excitedly shouted as he prepared to finish the fight. "If that's the case then take this." Haku shouted back as he made several hand seals. Suddenly, Rock Lee found himself trapped inside another block of ice, with only his head free. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, this was something he could easily break out from. Yet for some reason, this ice felt different than the ice Haku had used before. "This is your trump card? I'm very disappointed, Haku-san, to see you using something that proved to be inefficient before," Lee said, shaking his head. "Try breaking that ice then, if you're so sure," Haku challenged. "Very well." Lee tried to either break or melt the ice with the force of his chakra, but this ice proved to be much sturdier than before. "I see that there's more to this jutsu than I initially thought, but it doesn't matter. There's no ice my flames of youth can't melt. Gate of healing, open." With an additional power boost, the ice wouldn't stand a chance. But much to Lee's shock, the second gate remained closed. Gate of healing, open. 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 Save yourself the effort, you won't be able to open more gates, Haku calmly told Lee as he made a hand seal. Spikes of ice started to grow near Lee's face, who flinched when a spike came way too close to his cheek. "Now surrender. There's no way you can break that ice, I don't want to inflict you unnecessary damage." Lee struggled one last time, but his efforts were in vain. Despite being taught to never give up in the long run, Guy also taught Lee that there were times in which he should fall back and fight another day. It seemed to be one of those situations. "I see there's nothing I can't do. Alright, I admit that this time, victory belongs to you. But don't think this ends here. Once I redouble my training, I shall challenge you again and win," Lee proudly declared. Haku couldn't help but smile. "I'll be looking forward it. Proctor, I wish to forfeit," Lee told Yugao. The purple-haired woman raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you sure?" "Very sure." The proctor shrugged. "All right. Winner of the match, and last finalist, Haku Yuki." After being declared winner, Haku fell on his knees and slumped, exhausted. Yugao walked past him, and put a hand on his shoulder. Good job, kid, she whispered in his ear. Haku-san? Would you mind getting me out of this block of ice? Lee asked. Oh, right. Sorry, I kinda forgot. Haku replied, chuckling a bit. However, rather than doing a hand seal or something similar, Haku tapped Lee's forehead, and suddenly the ice vanished as if it was never there. It took Lee a few seconds to realize what had happened. Wait a minute, that was a genjutsu. Lee exclaimed in realization. Indeed. Had you reached that conclusion a minute earlier, and I would have lost the match, Haku told him. Lee gritted his teeth in anger, and his eyes started to water. He had the victory right there and let it slip between his bandaged fingers. Haku was afraid of what the genin of the thick eyebrows would do after realizing he was tricked. But then he wiped his tears and smiled brightly. Oh, I can't get mad at you for a mistake I made. Lee said in an oddly cheerful tone. I'll train even harder to make sure such thing never happens the next time. And if it happens, I'll run 100 laps around the village, on my hands, with one hand, while carrying a boulder. Haku was a bit taken aback by Lee's extreme self-punishment, but didn't say anything. And you keep training as well, so when the day comes that we clash again, you will still be a worthy adversary. Lee said. Haku smiled. Don't worry, I have no plans on getting any weaker. With that, both combatants returned to their teams. Good one, Haku. Naruto cheered as he pulled the ice ninja into a bear hug. The three of us are going to the finals. You were amazing down there. There were times in which I was afraid you'd lose, Hinata added. Thank you both, Haku replied. Though luck played a role in my victory. Had Lee realized of my genjutsu, he would have won. But he didn't, Kurenai interjected. The beauty and the danger of a genjutsu is that many times it comes from not being identified as such in time. You did pretty good, Haku, and your victory is completely deserved. Meanwhile, Lee, this time not holding back his tears, walked towards his sensei. Gai-sensei, I'm sorry I lost. I brought shame to both of us. I'll accept whatever punishment you deign appropriate, Lee glumly told his sensei. You idiot. Guy yelled as he knocked Lee on his back with a punch to the jaw, drawing everybody's attention. Gai-sensei? Tenten fearfully asked. You think that your defeat brings me shame? It does not. It brings me joy like no other, because even if you lost, you gave it all and showed everybody the results of your hard work. Guy shouted excitedly as he started to cry as well. There's no shame in losing if your heart remains unconquered. This won't be the last defeat you face, that's for sure. Life is full of failure. But that doesn't matter as long as we keep going on and fight for what we love. Gai-sensei, sorry for thinking that I had ashamed you, you are so right. Lee passionately exclaimed as he hugged his sensei. It's okay, Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sensei. Much to everybody's shock, the makeshift arena turned into a beach where the sun was falling. Waves started to crash against the shore as master and student hugged each other. Okay, enough of that. Jiraya shouted, making Guy and Lee to break their hug, dispelling the illusion. So, the preliminaries are over. Congratulations to all of you who passed on to the finals. Said finalists cheered in joy. Can all the finalists come down? Yugao asked, and the genin did as she instructed. Now, the final part of the exam will be held 1 month from today and will be like a tournament of one-on-one fights, which will end the moment we have a champion, Jiraya explained. And said champion becomes Chunin? Haku guessed. Yugao shook her head. No. There will be several examiners that will review your performance. Their reports will be sent to the Hokage and his advisors, who will decide the new Chunin based on them. It's possible to lose your first fight, and still earn a promotion. But remember that if you win, you'll get to fight more, and have a greater chance to impress the examiners. Wait, The Hokage gets to decide if I am a Chunin or not. Karui asked, a bit indignant. Sorry, I mean the Hokage for Konoha ninja. For non-Konoha ninja like yourself, the reports will be sent to the head of your villages, who will decide if you deserve to be Chunin or not, Yugao clarified. Jiraya let out a hearty chuckle. It would be incredibly unfair if it was up to me to decide the promotions of foreign ninja, don't you think so? It's common sense. The matchups for the finals will be decided randomly, just like the preliminaries. If you look up, the screen will display the first round of fights. The giant screen above them flashed to life once more, displaying the 12 names. First match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Haku Yuki. Second match, Choji Akimichi vs Karui. Third match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Temari. Fourth match, Hinata Hyuga vs Tamaki. Fifth match, Tenten vs Gaara. Sixth match, Karen Uzumaki vs Fu. Seventh match, winner of the first match versus winner of the second match. Eighth match, winner of the third match versus winner of the fourth match. Ninth match, winner of the fifth match versus winner of the sixth match. Final match, winner of the seventh match versus winner of the eighth match versus winner of the ninth match. Sasuke and Haku glanced at each other, both trying to hide their reactions. Karui smirked as she looked confidently at Choji, who looked at her nervously. Naruto and Temari smiled at each other, showing their eagerness to test their skills against each other. Hinata and Tamaki shared an look of indifference, before they both politely smiled at each other. Tenten looked at Gaara a bit afraid, who didn't bother to look back at her. Karen shot Fu a determined and challenging glare, and upon noticing this, Fu smiled brightly and waved at her. Karen sighed in defeat. There's no way to create an epic rivalry with this green-haired moron. Now that you know who will be your first opponent, my advice is to train like there's no tomorrow, Jiraya began. Training grounds 14, 16 and 18 have been reserved for Suna, Taki and Kyumo respectively, and have been marked with flags with the symbol of said villages. A boat will take you out of here. Good luck to everybody, and see you in a month. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button and subscribe for more content. Support the original author by clicking their profile link in the pinned comment of the first video of this series. They deserve the love. Want early access and exclusive content? Join my Patreon community, link below. Your support fuels these videos. Drop a comment with your thoughts, and I'll catch you in the next video. Stay entertained. Stay safe.